And a quorum is present. So I will call this meeting of the Madison Plan Commission of December 12th to order. First, we'll get some information from our technical facilitator.
All right, welcome to our virtual Plan Commission meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. Staff, click raised hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which their hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed in today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jesse. First, communications, disclosures, and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Are there any disclosures or recusals? I don't see any raised hands. One thing I wanted to note is both Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Mendez are both excused absences today. So we have we'll have 8 commissioners, which means that we will need 5 votes for a motion to pass and a motion. So just to be alert to that. Okay, next is public comment, and I don't believe we have any public comment. Is that correct, Heather, still? Okay. Then next is minutes of the November 21st meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing no raised hands, do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, next is the schedule of our upcoming meetings. Our next meeting is in 2023, January 9th, then January 23rd, February 13th, and February 27th. And again, all are at 5:30. Next, we will go to the consent agenda, and I will read the items that are proposed for the consent agenda. So again, these are items which the staff believes an application has had sufficient review to warrant approval with all of the conditions placed upon it by various city departments, and on which the applicant accepts those conditions. And there are no individuals who have registered to speak in opposition to the items. So the items proposed for the consent agenda are agenda item 2, 4, 5, 6, 2, 4, 5, and then for referral, item 9, 10, and 11. And then again for consent, agenda item 12, 13. And for referral, agenda item 19. On consent, agenda item 20, 21, 22. For referral, agenda item 23. On consent, agenda item 24 and 25. Are there any requests for separation of any of those items? Seeing no requests for separation, I'll read each of those then into the record. So the first item for consent is agenda item 2, Legistar 74641, authorizing the City of Madison Planning Division to prepare the West Area Plan. Agenda item 4, Legistar 74681, creating Madison General Ordinances entitled City Boundaries and being part of the chapter entitled Alder Districts and Wards, annexing to the 16th Alder District the property located at 3103 through 3111 Ludds Lane and 3562 CTHAB in the town of Cottage Grove, and creating sections of the Madison General Ordinance to annex the property to Ward 155, amending ordinances to add Ward 155 to Alder District 16, and assigning a temporary zoning classification of temporary A agricultural district. Agenda item 5, Legistar 74623, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinance to change the zoning of property located at 330 West Mifflin Street, 4th Alder District, from PD, Planned Development District, to GDP, Planned Development, General Development Plan District, and creating sections of the ordinances to approve a specific implementation plan. Then on the to be referred, items 9 through 11, Legistar 74259, agenda item 10, Legistar 74624, agenda item 11, Legistar 74260. And then again for the consent agenda, agenda item 12, Legistar 74626, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 5651 Tradesman Drive, 16th Alder District, from Industrial Limited District to Industrial General District. Agenda item 13, Legistar 74264, located at 5651 Tradesman Drive, 16th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the proposed Industrial General District for a junkyard to allow construction of a metal recycling facility. And then for referral, agenda item 19, Legistar 72210. On the consent, agenda item 20, Legistar 74537, located at 7526 Lake Mendota Drive, 5th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the Conservancy District for a water pumping station and reservoir to allow construction of an addition to Madison Water Utility Unit Well number 19. Agenda item 21, Legistar 74538, located at 629 Spruce Street, 13th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a single-family residence. Agenda item 22, Legistar 74539, located at 7814 Cyene Road, 14th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use for an arts technical trade school, canine obedience school in Industrial Limited District zoning. And then for referral to January 9th, 2023, pending a recommendation by the Landmarks Commission. Agenda item 23, Legistar 74540. Then for the consent agenda, agenda item 24, Legistar 74541, located at 6209 Mineral Point Road, 19th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a multifamily dwelling on the Oakwood Village University Woods campus. Agenda item 25, Legistar 74674, amending Madison General Ordinances to update city floodplain maps. And that is it for the consent agenda. I will open the public hearing. We have no registrants to speak. I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Paulson. And I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. No raised hands. The consent agenda is passed unanimously. Now, I would like to then move to agenda item 3, but Commissioner Solheim.
I apologize. I had audio issues when I logged in, so I missed the call for disclosures and recusals. And I just wanted to make a disclosure for items 14 through 16. The company that I work for is partnering with the applicant Lincoln Avenue on a separate development elsewhere in the state. There is no participation in this proposed development that we're reviewing, and it will not have any impact on my decision.
Very good. Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner Solheim.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. And also, I would like to suggest that we take agenda item 17 and 18 out of order to follow agenda item 3. Because I think that will go pretty quickly and we've got other things that'll take a long time. Please raise your hand if you've got an objection to taking that out of order. Okay, seeing no raised hands, then we will plan to take agenda item 17 and 18 after we hear agenda item 3. Okay, so now we're on agenda item 3, Legistar 74926. This resolution approves a complete green streets policy to incorporate complete green streets principles of street design for all modes of transportation into public way improvements and project phases. First, we will hear from Renee Callaway, staff member. Renee, please go ahead.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Tom Lynch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Tom, I thought Renee was going to go first, but fine. Go ahead, Tom, please.
I'm going to do a 45-second prelude.
Okay.
So it was in 1938 where the policy of highway classifications came out. They gave us our arterial, collector, and local street classification systems for highways and streets. And that was kind of re-emphasized in the American Association of State Highway Officials in their Red Book of 1950, or their Blue Book in 1950, and their Red Book in 1957, and then their Green Book in 1987. And so for really, I'm going to say 80 years, we've really been focused on arterials and collectors in the local streets and how they move cars. And that's reflected in our general ordinances too, through, chapter 28 and chapter 16. And so what the complete green streets does is it kind of, it moves away from these arterial collector classifications into not how many cars can we move, but how many people can we move and how are the different ways we can move them. And then I think it also tries to acknowledge that we have to make trade-offs, right? Our highway or our street right-of-way is so much, and how do we make sure that we can accommodate all the users that we need, and still provide, the tree canopy and the green infrastructure that we want. So hopefully that this will be a policy document that kind of fundamentally changes the way we approach, the way we reconstruct streets. So there you go. That's my 45 seconds, and Renee will take it from here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Renee, please go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to get this going here and try to be quick. I know you have a big agenda. For those of you that I have not met previously, I'm Renee Callaway. I am the city's pedestrian bicycle administrator. I'm in the traffic engineering area, and I've been managing this project on behalf of an interdepartmental staff team. And so I get to come around to all the committees and talk to you. So like Tom was talking about, Over time, we've kind of moved from this narrow street that you're probably all familiar with in our older neighborhoods to these much wider streets that provide a lot more pavement, have a lot of focus on people in automobiles, the storage of automobiles. Even though we're a city that really is known for complete streets and being bike and pedestrian friendly, this has still happened here in Madison. And we hear from people, we have these wide streets, they don't necessarily have very many cars parked on them. And we hear from residents in traffic engineering that they want to see changes to their streets. They're concerned about safety when they're walking, the speeds that people are traveling. And unfortunately, this can often be relatively new streets. Sometimes there's streets I haven't even recognized the names. I look Google Street View, they might not even have updated Google Street View, and people are already asking us to make changes. And we really want to build them right the first time. So many people are kind of familiar with this idea of complete streets. It has been around for a long time, been something the city has been doing for a long time. And it's really this idea that streets are for people regardless of how they're choosing to travel. Also, I think sometimes people think that a complete street, like you can see a picture and that's what it is. But really, it's the idea that it considers the context in coming up with that design. And you'll see that more as I go through this presentation. Complete streets also are really focused on that idea of safety and the idea that you should have access to get around the city no matter how you're traveling. And then this idea of green streets, which is talked about so much more, is this idea that we should have kind of a healthy, resilient city, and that green infrastructure and trees are very important in ensuring that happens. So just again, you'll have seen this if you had a chance to look through the various documents. We're really trying to center on community values, make it more clear what the priorities are on a given street, that there's some starting point for the designs, that we're being really explicit about equity and ensuring that one neighborhood is not being considered for, say, speed management while another is, or being considered for tree improvements while another isn't, that there is an equity within our process. And also, this is kind of version 1. This is a flexible tool. It will change over time as designs change, as Madison changes, as technology around green infrastructure changes. This will be a document that can evolve with us. And again, just that focus on people and humans, not on inanimate objects, that we're right-sizing our streets, and that green infrastructure is being incorporated along with everything else as we're looking at street designs so that we can meet our sustainability goals. So this has been a fairly long project. We kicked off a couple years ago, and we've gone through a lot of different engagements and different parts of the process because this is, kind of a technical, nerdy transportation document. I want to just kind of highlight the engagement. We did 3 phases. We really started out with trying to understand what people valued. We kind of did this reflecting phase where we're like, did we hear you? Did we really capture what you were saying? And then we kind of tested the whole guide with the public to see if that really resonated and felt like it met those values. We did a lot of typical things, online things. We did some surveys, we had videos. And one thing I want to highlight is that through each phase, we did a series of focus groups to specifically talk with people of color and low-income residents because we weren't seeing that they were responding to surveys, coming to open houses, and we did want to ensure they were a part of this process and that we were hearing from everyone. So I'm just going to go through a process overview. I know that when we did this with the public, it can be a little hard to just grasp it right away. So hopefully this will be helpful. First, just those values that we heard on the left. This is kind of what we heard from the residents when we went through our engagement. This resonated with them. They felt this captured what they were saying. And then we also asked them about this idea of a modal hierarchy. And really, we're hearing that people who are walking using mobility devices were at the top, followed by other modes, with sort of motor vehicles being at the bottom of that hierarchy. Not that they wouldn't be considered, but they wouldn't be the first thing considered. So kind of how this works is you have those values and that modal hierarchy at the beginning, and it really is integrated into this whole process. We're going to talk about the various elements. First, those street types, overlays, which is a very, we tried to come up with a better word, but it's basically, something that goes over the top of that street type map, and we'll talk about that. These help set priorities. Then there's some charts that help you understand what kind of space you need for these different priorities. And ultimately, you go back to those design priorities if trade-offs are needed, and ultimately leading to, it says design. It isn't necessarily going to be one design. There could be two designs that meet those priorities and fit within that space, but it's going to get you to that starting point. So these are the 11 street types, which are all outlined in detail in that document that's in Legistar. These are starting points for that street design. And instead of being based on maybe the amount of motor vehicle traffic, they're really more about the context of that street. Is it urban? Is it mixed use? Is it high density, low density? So those are all kind of factors in like thinking about those streets. Not that kind of that level of traffic of all types of modes isn't considered, but there is this other contextual consideration. And also, it's not what the street looks like today, it's what we aspire that street to look like ultimately. All right, now you'll have seen that there are also street zones. The street is broken up into these zones to help with the planning of the space. The travel way being kind of transit, it could be bikes, it's where the motor vehicles are moving, walkway where the pedestrian people are walking. It also could be a shared use path, so the bikes could be over in that zone. And then that flex zone is a lot of stationary things. It's where parking takes place. It's where trees are, green infrastructure. It's where you might have a transit shelter or a street cafe. So those are kind of more the inanimate things are in there. Each of those 11 street types also is divided up into these street zones, and there's a priority set for each of those. Unfortunately, it's not as easy as you can see as high, medium, low. Sometimes there are equal priorities for different spaces, but those are all kind of broken up to kind of help with that design process. So here's the urban avenue. It also has kind of a definition, something to help people understand that context. And each of those priorities talks a little bit, each of those zones, like what you might find there. And then there's this initial starting point of a street map, which has classified many of the streets within those 11 street types. And as sub-area plans come forward, you will see these are things that are already starting to be referenced, these ideas in complete and green streets, and that will be happening more in the future. Next, I'll talk about those overlays, and these are things that also set priorities on various streets. There are 6 of them. First, with the equity priority areas, we're starting out with the neighborhood resource teams, which hopefully many of you are already familiar with. And these are areas where there would be additional process steps and additional documentation steps to ensure that these neighborhoods are getting streets that are designed at the same level as other neighborhoods. And there will be a checklist that we'll be using in the future that will help us document these steps. There's also the transit priority network. So the ones that are in red on the new map are ones that have 15-minute service on weekdays, midday. And these would be considered our priority network, where we'd really be looking to ensure that does this need is a transit lane appropriate? Is a queue jump appropriate? Things like that, as well as just looking at the other amenities. Not to say that we don't want to ensure all of the routes are good for transit and that they have the necessary accessible shelters and other features, but these ones are the ones that we're going to elevate the most when it comes to making trade-offs. We also have our All Ages and Ability Bike Network. It's kind of a similar thing where these are the places that are critical to ensure we have a complete network that's for all ages and abilities. It's a network that you don't have to be sort of a super cyclist to ride on, but that you can get throughout the whole city, even if you're less confident. Not to say that we wouldn't make other streets as bike friendly as possible, but these are the ones where we're not going to make trade-offs. These are priority areas. We have this idea of tree canopy. And this is a little bit different. It can be a bit confusing. We have, through our Urban Forestry Task Force report, this kind of idea that we want to get to a overall 40% tree canopy within the city. But it also says we really need to look more at the neighborhood level, at a smaller level, and find those areas with the lowest tree canopy and ensure that they are being prioritized. And so this is a way that we take what was in that idea that was in the Urban Forestry Task Force report and put it into sort of a process where you can take a look at that smaller level to see what the canopy situation is and ensure that those places that are kind of in the medium or the high priority to add more trees are getting that additional level of consideration. I have some other slides in here. This is sort of, if we can, we're in this priority area, we're going to need that 8+ foot. And so that's saying that's not something we want to trade off. We want to look and see what else can we trade off instead of that terrace area for trees. But that's not to say that there isn't a desire to have more trees generally to help get to that 40% goal. And so kind of in retrofit, there could be a lot of different kinds of situations, as you've probably seen, where we have no utility conflict. We don't quite have that larger space, but we have some space, or we have ornamental space for ornamental trees. Sometimes we might have more of a kind of a medium width terrace, so we can do some other types of trees, the narrow or the medium tree. But still with those utility conflicts, we have those ornamental trees. And this is kind of what we have been doing all along. And this certainly won't be thrown out, but we did want to set some ways to get even more trees in those highest priority locations. We also have green infrastructure, kind of a way to help people working on projects find the most appropriate and viable locations and then prioritize that space to ensure that we're also looking at green infrastructure through all of our projects. And this is just a decision-making tree to help us kind of get there and make sure that every project is looking at that. We also know that we have truck routes. We have this national highway system that we have to work collaboratively with the DOT and the Madison MPO. And so that's reflected in there because that's a reality that we have. And so this is those helping us set that first step, those design priorities, and then that goes into looking at what space do we have. So there's a variety of charts in the document that help kind of look at like what might be the travel lanes, the lane width. There's some things in there about right of way and each of the different zones and how much space might be allocated to them to help kind of come up with, okay, we know our priorities. What do we need for space to make that happen? And then, as I said, you go back to the priorities when you're trying to make trade-offs, and ultimately you want to get to a design or designs to move the process forward. If you had a chance to look at the resolution, as I mentioned, sub-area plans will recommend street types based on those 11 street types that are here in the guide. And if there are plans and plats that vary from that, those would be approved by the Transportation Planning and Policy Board if there were exceptions. And then one thing that we know is that this guide brings out some things that will need to have changes. And so the resolution also calls for revisions, both to the committee chapter 33 with the committee responsibilities, as well as taking a look at the subdivision ordinance section in 16 to ensure that they are aligned. All right, and this is my contact information. We also have a website with more information. And I said I would stick to 15 minutes to keep you on track. And if I cut Tom out of the loop, I would have made it. So I blame him.
Okay, thank you very much, Renee and Tom. So next, we will hear from our registrants and then go back to questions. So the first registrant is Courtney Lindell, Jennifer Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Courtney, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. As mentioned, my name is Courtney Lindell, and I'm opposed to the Green Streets Initiative for the lack of the greening aspects of this. The presentation stated the plan was flexible, but I am not seeing that. This plan actually lacks a comprehensive, versatile plan to address the changing climate. And it's really that versatility that gets me. They changed the terrace width from trees from 4 feet to 8 feet, but it clearly disregards the recent technologies that major cities use to increase trees in the urban environment. Tom brought up this will fundamentally change how we do things, and I agree. And it doesn't have that flexibility needed for our sustainability efforts. We need a plan that allows for technological advancement, and we need to adapt to the realities of climate change. I also question if the stormwater part they mentioned is part of all projects, because it seems to me it's only certain areas that actually get it. I also must protest the lack of neighborhood input that the presenters claim to have heard. I know many of my neighbors have asked for over a year to get the city to meet with the Marquette Neighborhood Association, yet nothing. The survey had 200 responses. We don't even know what they said. Green Streets isn't a new concept. If the city wanted to add more comprehensive green plan, they could. Portland is a great one. Yet it seems like they kind of cut corners when it comes to the greening aspect. There are really good parts of this plan. I agree with that. It's just not complete. I ask that you oppose the measure and ask the city to revise the plan to meet the green initiatives necessary to create a healthy Madison. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Courtney. The next registrant is Linda Leonards, South Patterson Street, neither support nor opposed and wishing to speak. Linda, you have 3 minutes.
Hello. I'm concerned about neighborhood streets in existing neighborhoods. The presentation materials use the term retrofit trees in regard to these. The type of retrofit tree on a 4 to 6 foot terrace could only be a skinny tree that resembles a column. On a 6 to 8 foot terrace, the tree could either be narrow or medium, and it seems from the presentation materials that canopy trees would not be allowed until 8 feet. In many areas in these old neighborhoods, or even in my mother's 1960s type of neighborhood, there are many streets with terraces below the 8 foot limit. Along B.B. Clark in my neighborhood is one such block. Depriving residents of these large trees, and especially in the area of global warming and heat island effects, is a bad idea. When Jennifer was reconstructed in about 2016, many trees had to be taken down, and walking that street was absolutely miserable. We have large mature trees on 4 foot terraces, and they should be replaced with a similar sized trees, not with just a pencil. And I hope that some commissioner will ask staff what is meant by an overhead utility conflict. Is it just the high power transmission lines, or are the lower intensity lines also included? These lower intensity lines do create more of a need for trimming, but they are not a danger to power transmission. And it also concerns me with this idea of where green infrastructure is going to be put. There's a map in the materials that has all of this red on it, which is bad for green infrastructure. The problem with Sauk Creek Greenway and needing to take all of that down is in large part due to the Target parking lot that is just keeps shoving water that direction. And I'm wondering the extent to which the TOD density overlay, particularly on East Washington, will interact with this green stuff. Much of East Washington is in the red, meaning it's bad for green infrastructure. And so are we going to get to the point that with more development, we're going to have more flooding and be in another situation where we have to spend multi-millions of dollars to move that water someplace? Or are we going to sort of put the pieces together up front and develop a plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Our next registrant is Faye Dremuck, Rutledge Street, opposed and wishing to speak. Faye, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person in attendance by that name.
Okay, that was the last registrant. Are there questions of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, are there questions of staff? Alder Heck.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Renee or Tom wants to answer this, but could you just shed a little bit of light on the retrofitting questions on streets that do have narrow terraces and canopy trees? How the concepts that were in the presentation, let's say, and how those will be implemented in reality.
Sure. And I should say that we actually have Craig is here from the forestry department from streets as well. So he probably wants to take that one.
Okay, Craig.
Good evening, everyone. This is Craig Klinke with Forestry Division. So yeah, with the retrofitting stuff, we by no means want to decrease our ability to plant, canopy-sized trees in these what we're calling retrofit or already developed neighborhoods. So in 4 to 6 feet of terrace, we're not necessarily limited to like crab apples or redbuds or smaller sized trees. We do have the ability to plant larger trees, though, as Linda mentioned, they are typically narrow or columnar in shape just because we're limited with the width of the terrace. I believe Linda also said that we can only plant large trees if it was 8 feet or greater. We can actually plant large canopy-sized trees in terraces that are 6 feet. Obviously the biggest constraint is what we call the overhead utility conflicts, and those are not communication lines. They're not AT&T or Charter. Those would be your primary electrical systems that MG&E would typically contract Hooper to periodically trim. So I hope that answers the questions.
Sure. Thanks, Craig. That was good information. Maybe I just want to make sure I understand what I heard about, I'll say 4 foot wide terraces. I mean, gosh, there are even terraces that are narrower than that. You're saying that, I think Jenny Street came up in the public comments, and you're saying that large, broad canopy trees probably wouldn't be recommended as replacement trees on streets like that. It would have to be a more columnar species.
Correct. Yeah, we're not going to plant something that's going to get 40 feet wide on a 4 foot terrace. It's just we're always trying to do the right tree in the right places. I'm sure all of you guys have heard before. And sticking large at mature size canopy tree in a small foot terrace, it doesn't have adequate soil volume to support that tree. It's not going to thrive there. It's going to be in conflict with pedestrians on the sidewalk, parked cars, perhaps traffic traveling down the road. So yeah, we wouldn't plant a very large canopy tree in a 4-foot terrace.
That makes sense to me, I guess. But in terms of conflicts, but gosh, I mean, really, we probably all have memories of, streets that are, totally encompassed. You can barely see the sky. And it's so, it is, great for climate, just for temperature in the summer to have those trees. I recognize that perhaps they cause problems with infrastructure, though. That's kind of your biggest point, I guess, our interference with pedestrians and things.
Well, and just because they're narrow doesn't mean that they're not going to get tall and produce a nice canopy. One of the trees you probably envision is like honey locust. Some of those older neighborhoods where you have the honey locust growing on both sides of the street, and you have that canopy, kind of, almost touching in the middle. There are varieties that are going to get tall. They're just not going to have quite that spread. There's ginkgos that do that, and a variety of other trees as well.
Okay. All right. Thanks for your answers.
Yeah.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Commissioner Shepherd.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask staff if they were because some question was brought up about outreach, if they are satisfied with the outreach that went into this project. In the report on page 13, for example, it talks about the Let's Talk Streets outreach project. If staff can just comment on, again, how they were able to engage the public and get, once again, feedback about it, since that was an issue that was brought up.
Renee, can you take that one?
Sure. So as I mentioned, we did do 3 phases, and I will say that a lot of it was kind of typical city. We had a kind of a virtual open house to kick everything off. We had some videos that you could watch. We had a variety of different sort of online surveys that people could take, and pretty typical stuff. And then once we had the whole guide together, we did do sort of a walkthrough. We didn't have a ton of people come to that, but we did have some additional people. We recorded it, who watched it afterwards. I'll admit we had a small survey on response on that part because it was super technical, and a lot of people were saying like, I pretty much support it. I don't know if I understand everything. And so that was pretty typical, I would say, for a city project like this. What we did do to go above and beyond was the focus groups in low income and with people of color who we were not seeing responding to, like coming to the virtual items, doing those surveys. And so that's kind of where that extra effort went, was on having those focus groups to ensure that we were hearing from a broader base of our residents.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't see any more raised hands. I do have a couple of questions. One person raised a question. Is it only high power transmission lines that you are saying that you would avoid planting canopy trees? High power transmission lines.
Yeah, I'm going to let Craig take that one as well.
Okay. Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, so we're not talking about transmission lines like ATC would, own and operate and maintain. We're talking about the local distribution system that MG&E maintains. So those are going to be your primary, overhead utility lines. Mostly new neighborhoods, those are buried, but in many of obviously in our older neighborhoods like Jennifer Street, like we're talking about, those are running along.
But you aren't including just the low power transmission lines, are you?
We're talking about, so we're not talking about communication lines at all, right? No phone, no cable. But we are talking about the primary distribution system. So those aren't considered transmission lines, but they're still at a higher voltage than like the service drop that would go, run from those to your house.
Okay, that's different than what I had understood were going to be considered. Another question, why is there such a variety of speed limits indicated for the different arterials? You know, Urban Avenue 25, Boulevard 25 to 30, Parkway 25 to 35, Mixed Use Connector 25. Wouldn't it be a little less confusing if all of those were the same speed limit rather than bouncing around? What was considered in that?
Sure. So a lot of you know, like take the Parkway, which has the broadest kind of speed limit range. You know, that's everything from a John Nolan Drive to Speedway to Eastwood to like a new street like Felland. There's kind of a broad range of those types of streets. And so we did have a broader range of speed limits. I mean, obviously we have been trying through another program, Vision Zero, to really look at our speed limits and get them to safer speeds. But some of those streets are still kind of a bigger variety of contexts. Does that?
So was there consideration in having one speed limit, like making them all 25 miles an hour, for example? Because most of them starts out at 25.
Yep. You know, I think, yeah, Tom wants to take.
Okay, Tom.
He's the engineer here who wants to answer that one.
I guess I don't want to take it, but I will take it. Okay. I'm going to just say a universal goal is if we can get traffic to go as slow as we can, the more lives we can save if someone gets hit. So, you know, that just goes across the board. However, the types of streets that we have, the character is quite different. For example, think of East Washington out by East Town Mall. Now, right now, we could post that at 25, but it would almost lead to kind of ignoring the speed limit. Do you know what I mean? Because it's so far from what people are traveling. And so our goal is to go as low as we can. And I think you will see over the next 4 years that we will aggressively be reducing speed limits everywhere. There are some streets that just have a character that lends itself closer to 30 or 35. I don't like 35 at all. I'm just going to say that right now. But and so that just provides a little bit of the wiggle room.
Okay, thank you. And then I also had a question. What is the definition of canopy cover? Does it include, I mean, what does that mean? And then when it's got percent, does that include private property? Does it include parks, terraces? What is it a percent of, and what is canopy cover?
Sure, and Craig can maybe jump in, but it is not just the right of way. It is, you know, overall.
So private property is included in that?
Yeah. So the right of way is actually a small percentage of our overall city tree canopy, right? It's composed of private property, parks, greenways, everything that makes up the city, all the different land types. So when we're talking about 40%, that would be you know, if you from an aerial view of, you know, looking down, 40% of the city would have, when leaf on, would be covered with foliage.
And so that would the smaller ornamental trees, whatever their canopy is, then that would be part of the coverage, and as well as the larger trees, then all of that would be included. Is that correct?
It's all, yeah, it's all included, but obviously the ornamental trees are going to contribute to the overall canopy percentage at a very minimal level.
Okay.
Compared to your large mature canopy trees.
Okay. Thank you, Craig. And I see we have some other hands up. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes. My question is, I know that the green streets are kind of a national standard, but Did the city go out and look at other cities and what they're doing, especially on green aspects, sustainability aspects? And I guess like cities like Portland and other really progressive cities, I would think that that they have some really good standards. Did you do that?
Sure, I can take that one. So we do have, and if you look in Legistar, you'll see there's a whole second report, and it kind of looks more in depth at not just the tree part, but also different types of green infrastructure. What type of street might they be appropriate on? How would you go about making decisions around that? And in looking at that report, definitely looked at other things, as well as some pilots that have been going on here, and other work to try to get at where can you make investments where it actually is going to have a benefit and make that difference, and how do you go about kind of making that decision, and what are the different types of things that are out there currently, and where might they work on what different types of streets, so that that's all kind of more easily understood.
So you did look at that, and I know certain things like stormwater in the terrace areas and those sorts of things. Madison is already doing. I'm assuming that's incorporated into all of this.
Yep, you'll see that in there. There's, obviously we have a pilot going on with some permeable pavement and some information about that and how you might go about thinking about where would you consider that. And, just some various other kinds of types of things that are kind of out there. And, of those 11 street types, which ones would be a right fit for those different types of things. And that's one area where I do think that there will be growth and change, and the Board of Public Works is, able to kind of update that and add to those charts as new things come along that would be a good fit for our city.
And I'm assuming there's a process to update these standards when necessary, and we don't have to wait and rely on an 80-year-old plan. Okay.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Like different, like the Transportation Commission has responsibility for things, as well as then that green infrastructure and tree part is with the Board of Public Works. And I think the idea is that they could take up a consideration every year if they wanted to make additions or changes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Alder Paulson.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on some of the tree coverage. There's not a lot that's changing. This is probably for Craig, right? If an existing tree was on a 4-foot terrace and it was a great big, beautiful old tree, but if it had to go, it got sick and died, and we had to replace it on a 4-foot terrace, we wouldn't put a giant tree there now, right? Nothing that's not changing with this.
Right. So in some of our older neighborhoods, we have a lot of these old Norway maples, for example, and a lot of them are reaching that age where they're starting to decline, and we're having to remove more and more of them. So obviously we don't plant Norways anymore because they're invasive. But rather than having something that has that kind of lollipop type shape, we would plant something that could still get pretty tall, right? But we have a street keeper honey locust, for example, that grows narrow enough that we can actually, plant it fairly close to some of the larger buildings like downtown, but it still gets tall enough that it's more of a presence and provides more eco benefits than what you might envision in more of an ornamental tree. Does that answer your question? Or
yeah, kind of, right. I mean, I think kind of my big question was just, right, we're not going through and proactively cutting out old trees. It's more, no. Right. It's more, if for whatever reason we need to rebuild a street and it does turn out that we go shorter, if we widen the street and we eat some more of the terrace, we may find some places where we used to have a bigger terrace and go down to a smaller terrace, so we wouldn't. But by and large, this is maybe a question for Tom and Renee, in a lot of places, we're going to be expanding the terrace because we're putting these streets on a road diet, right? We talked a little while ago about Fair Oaks, about how Fair Oaks doesn't have room for oaks. And we put Fair Oaks on a road diet, we can get enough terrace space to be able to actually put some oaks on Fair Oaks. So I just wanted to get a little better sense for where in this plan do we think we're going to start losing some terrace space and potentially not being able to replace these trees with something as big as it is, and where, kind of how much of these streets do we think we're actually going to increase terrace space and have more flexibility to put in bigger trees?
I mean, I think what the goal here is that you're stopping to think and really look at that terrace width and know the importance of adding to that tree canopy. So really it is likely to increase that terrace width as you see that it is a medium or high priority and you need to trade off something else in the right of way to get those trees in there.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? Do we have a motion? Commissioner Cantrell. You need to unmute, Commissioner.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are unmuted.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll recommend that the Plan Commission approve the complete Green Street policy to incorporate complete Green Street principles of street design for all modes of transportation into public way improvements and project phases.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
Just briefly, I think staff has done an excellent job on this, and it does provide, as I see, some flexibility, and also has the ability for staff to update these standards when necessary. And I think it is really excellent work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? Alder Paulson.
I'll just say that I'm really excited about this and starting to. I'm in a part of the city where we are going to build a fair number of streets yet, and we've just been building so many that are kind of defective by design. Right away, North Star was the canonical example of, look, there's a street. It's nearly brand new. We already had to go in and add speed bumps. There's streets nearby that push traffic over to that. We got to go add speed bumps there, and so whatever we can do to stop this, increasing our street design so that we can slow traffic down from the beginning is so important. And so, yeah, this is fantastic.
Thank you, Alder Paulson. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that I'm really pleased to see the focus on the neighborhood resource team areas in parts of the city that to date have not had the attention that they deserve for design resources like this and planning their futures. So kudos for the focus on that. And I think that's one of the most important features of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Heck. Anything else? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you for being here, Renee, Tom, and Craig. Appreciate your comments and responses. Okay, we are jumping to agenda items 17 and 18. Agenda item 17, Legistar 74536. Located at 1605 Fremont Avenue, 12th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a single-family residence. Agenda item 18, Legistar 74545, approving a certified survey map of property owned by Commonwealth Development, located at 1605 Fremont Avenue, 12th Alder District. So these items are related, and we'll consider them as one public hearing, and then Plan Commission shall make separate findings and motions on each of the agenda items. So we do have a registrant, Adam Schmiedlin, Fremont Avenue, opposed and wishing to speak. Adam, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person in attendance by that name.
Okay, then. I think that we can move then to a motion. This had been on the consent agenda, as you all know, and we took it off because of the registrant wishing to speak. But since we apparently don't have that registrant here to speak, so for a motion, Commissioner Cantrell.
I recommend the Plan Commission find that the approval standards for demolition permit are met and approve the demolition of the single family residence at 1605 Fremont Street.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion? No. Okay, thank you. Anybody want to say anything about this motion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Now on to agenda item 18, Legistar 74545. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I'll recommend that the Plan Commission find that the approval standards for a certified survey map are met and forward the CSM to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
No, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have any comments or input on this? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless there's a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Then going back to our regular order of business, and since 4 and 5 were on the consent agenda, we are on to agenda items 6, 7, and 8, and they are related and will be considered as one public hearing. Following the public hearing, the Plan Commission shall make separate findings and motions on each agenda item. Agenda item 6, Legistar 74054, located at 415 North Lake Street, 2nd Alder District. Consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a parking structure. Agenda item 7, Legistar 74426, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinance to rezone property located at 415 North Lake Street, 2nd Alder District, from urban mixed use to planned development, general development plan, and creating sections of the ordinances to approve a specific implementation plan. Agenda item 8, Legistar 74055, same location, consideration of a conditional use pursuant to MGO section 28-134-3 for projections into the Capitol View preservation limit to allow construction of a 16-story mixed-use building containing an intercity bus terminal, approximately 500 stall parking garage, and 250 dwelling units. We will be hearing from staff member Lisa McNabola and Tom Lynch. Lisa.
Okay, thank you. So before the commission is the proposed redevelopment of 415 North Lake Street. And there are 3 applications, all to allow demolition of the public parking garage and to construct a 16-story mixed-use development with a public parking garage, inner city bus terminal, and approximately 248 dwelling units. So staff recommend approval of all 3 applications, and a detailed discussion and recommendation for each application is in the staff report. And I'll be focusing on the proposed building height and the conditional use for the elevator overrun to extend into the Capitol View height limit. So for the proposed building height, the downtown height map in the downtown plan specifies a maximum building height of 12 stories in this area. And the downtown height map, it reflects recommended building heights based on typical story heights. So in the plan, the recommended maximum height for the first story is 18 feet. And then for the upper stories, it's 14 feet. So with a 12-story recommendation, that would be a maximum allowable building height of 172 feet. And from a height standpoint, the proposed building height of 169.3 feet is within the range recommended in the plan. However, from a story standpoint, the proposed 16-story building is not entirely consistent with that 12-story recommendation in the plan. And so the stories come from, there's one level of below grade parking, so it's below grade. And then there's 6 levels of above grade parking and 9 floors of housing above the garage. And then there's also a rooftop amenity space that has a lobby area with an elevator and a staircase. And this area counts as a 16th story because the lobby exceeds what is required by the building code. So with the 6 levels of parking, the 9 floors of residential, and then the rooftop lobby, they have a 16-story building. So the 6-story parking garage and 9 residential stories above are less than the maximum height as recommended in the plan. So each one of those stories is less than the maximum. And the lower floor to floor height is what allows for the additional stories. So it allows them to still be below that overall maximum building height. And while the plan generally discourages reducing the building height to increase the number of stories, staff would note that the typical heights referenced in the downtown plan are more typical for like office or residential construction and not the shorter story heights that are typical among parking buildings. And staff would also note that the building sort of reads as a 12-story building along North Lake Street because there are residential uses that line the 6-story parking garage. So there's the ground floor, and then there are also 2 floors of lofted residential units that have a higher floor to floor height. And in that way, it kind of reads like a 12-story building along the street. I'd also note that the UDC reviewed the project as an advisory body for the PD zoning amendment. And the request received an advisory recommendation of approval, subject to some comments and conditions that are noted in the report. So that's sort of the overview for the building height request. Now I'll try to briefly kind of go over the conditional use requests for the elevator overrun to extend into the Capitol View height limit. So again, because they have this rooftop amenity space that is accessed by a lobby, they have the lobby, and then the elevator overrun will extend beyond that lobby into the Capitol View height limit. And there is a conditional use approval standard 17 that states when applying the conditional use standards to an application for allowable projections in the Capitol View preservation area, which includes elevator overruns, the Plan Commission shall only approve the projection if it determines the encroachment is the minimum necessary and does not significantly impact the long use of the state capitol building. So the plans show an approximately 8-foot projection into the Capitol View preservation height limit. And I will just note that in their presentation, the applicant will share plans that show a 7-foot projection, but the 8-foot projection is what was included in that initial submittal. And so just for reference, taller elevator penthouse projections have been approved elsewhere in downtown, including a approximately 14-foot projection at 121 East Wilson Street and an approximately 16-foot projection at 1 North Pinckney Street. And we would just note that, this project differs a little bit from those other requests because this projection encroaches into that height limit to accommodate specifically a rooftop amenity space. But all that being said, staff, we do have a recommendation for approval for the conditional use request, and we have included a recommended conditional of approval that the applicant will work with planning and building inspection to identify ways to minimize the overall area of the projections into the Capitol View limit. And staff would expect the applicant to formally submit those plans that show the 7-foot projection instead of the 8-foot projection. So that's all I have for the staff overview, and I'm available to answer questions after the public hearing. Thanks.
Okay, I think we're going to hear from staff member Tom Lynch from the Department of Transportation. Tom, did you want to speak now?
Yes, I do have a bit of a presentation. I wasn't sure if that would occur before the applicant gave their presentation or after.
Whichever you prefer, Tom.
I think I would prefer for them to provide the basic overview, and then I would go into a little bit more detail with the parking. It does.
Okay.
Some of the discussion has gotten into the weeds, and so it'd be good to have that overview, I think.
Okay, so we will then do the all the registrants and then come back to Tom for additional comments, staff comments. I will open the public hearing. The first registrant is Matt Mikolajewski, Martin Luther King Boulevard. He is representing the city of Madison. Matt, you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you, Chair Zellers. Do we have, Lisa, do we have the presentation? There it is. I'll just wait a moment here for it to come up on the screen. All right. Again, good evening. I'm Matt Mikolajewski, the Economic Development Director for the City of Madison. And we are here this evening, as Lisa indicated, to seek approval of 3 items related to this project. Just by way of brief background, the City of Madison issued a request for proposals in April of 2021 for the redevelopment of the Lake Street side of the State Street campus garage. Through the course of that RFP process, we began negotiations with Mortenson Development, and I'm pleased to say that we now have a Common Council approved development agreement with Mortenson Development to move forward with the project. And what that will do is it'll kick off a 2-year process to plan for and begin construction, hopefully, of a new Lake Street side of the State Street campus garage. So again, though, before you this evening are some of the plans associated with that proposal. As noted here, we believe this proposal satisfies many of the goals of the RFP. It provides for much greater density of the use of the property, really activates Lake Street. It provides a new intercity bus terminal for the first time that we will have one in downtown in many years. And it also replaces much of the needed public parking that we need to serve the downtown community. I'm here this evening to answer any questions that you have regarding the RFP process and where we are currently at in terms of the development agreement with Mortenson Development. With that, though, I will now turn it over to Nate Gundrum of Mortenson Development, who will kick off presentation of the proposal.
Thank you, Matt. The next registrant is Nate Gundrum, Meadow Lane North, Minneapolis, in support, wishing to speak, and does not indicate who he is representing. Maybe he could clarify that. Nate, you've got 3 minutes.
Sure. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Nate Gundrum. I'm with Mortenson Development, and I'm the lead for the development team partnered with the city on this mixed use project. And this is truly, as Matt alluded to, a public-private partnership with the city of Madison. We've been collaborating very closely with city staff to advance a program and a design that's in line with the city's vision as set forth in the RFP, as Matt walked through. So you'll definitely see that in the design portion of the presentation this evening. Just for clarity, there are 3 kind of primary program elements to this project: a parking garage, a bus terminal, and a housing component. The city will own and operate the parking and bus terminal components, and the private development team will be responsible for owning and operating the private housing component. Lisa, would you mind flipping to the next slide and I don't want to dwell on this because I know it's in your packet, but I did want to highlight that this project, we're just a few months away from coming up on a project that's 2 years in the making, and we've had many project stakeholder meetings, especially over the last 6 months. We've presented to Landmarks on 2 occasions, UDC on 2 occasions, Joint Area Campus Committee, Finance Committee, Transportation Commission. And we're pleased to say, on behalf of both the city and Mortenson, that each and every one of these groups has unanimously approved the project. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to John Chapman with EUA Architects. EUA is serving as the architect for the entire project, both the garage and the housing component, and John will talk you through the project design.
Okay, the next registrant is John Chapman, West Johnson Street, Madison, wishing to speak. And John, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Again, this is John Chapman from EUA. I lead our Madison office, and you can see the site is located in the yellow sort of box that's indicated on the right side of the screen. If we go to the next slide, please, we can narrow in on that. It's located on Lake Street, and there is a existing parking garage located on Francis Street that our project is connected to. Next slide, please. Some landscaping plans. Again, you can see the streetscape and things along Lake Street. Next slide. Some details of those landscaping plans. And then we get to the sort of the ground floor plan, which indicates 3 kind of uses on the ground plane. The gray indicating parking, working from the bottom to the north. Public access will be from Lake Street on the left for the parking garage. There'll be access to the lower level parking garage off of Hawthorne Court. And then the orangish color represents sort of the program lobby entry for the student housing, or the housing that would be above. And then the bluish color to the north indicates the bus terminal portion of the project that Nate and Mike mentioned. Next slide, please. This illustrates the parking component. The left illustrates the lower level parking, which will be for the housing component. And then the right indicates the parking component that spirals up, that is the public component of the project. And you can see the bridges that connect over to the Francis Street parking on the right. Next slide, please. Again, 2 other parking conditions. And then, as was mentioned earlier, the orange indicates the student housing that begins with some loft type units that look out onto Lake Street. Next slide, which is similar. And then above the units along Lake Street, you can see we have a podium level where the student housing apartments begin, and a U-shaped pattern. And you can see there's an amenity floor at the podium level, and then sort of a typical floor plan on the right indicates where the cores are located and the student housing units. We purposefully arranged the building in this, as a C shape to allow for maximum natural light to get into student housing units.
That concludes your available time. Thank you. Our next registrant wishing to speak is Eli Servosky, East Wilson Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, representing the Campus Area Neighborhood Association. Eli, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Hi, my name is Eli Sarofsky, and I'm the president of the Campus Area Neighborhood Association. I I'm speaking in opposition of the current plans today because I believe that the city can deliver a better plan for this development. The current traffic plan puts the intercity bus entrance to the building on Hawthorne Court. Speaking with the steering committee, we believe that it would be best to put the intercity bus entrance actually on Lake Street. Many reasons, including the entrance to Hawthorne Court from University Avenue is currently an uncontrolled entrance, right? It's more of an alleyway to get to Hawthorne Court. And we believe that forcing intercity buses down Hawthorne Court not only puts pedestrians and bicycle users in danger because of the unprotected bike lane and BRT lane that exist on University, but also doesn't mesh well with the pedestrian environments on University. So we believe that just moving to the controlled intersection of Lake Street and University, where there's a stoplight and cross signals, would actually be a lot more safer for the project. And that's why we believe that the intercity bus entrance should be moved to Lake Street. Additionally, we're worried about the efficiency and potential burden that this project may put on cities outside of Madison, right? As alluded to in my written comments, we think that there's just so much that could happen within the Hawthorne Court area in the one way where, for example, a delivery driver parks in the way of the intercity bus terminal, then you're blocking the bus from going to Chicago, to Minneapolis, and affecting a large group of just people outside of Madison. And additionally, public art funds were put up and proposed to be used in Hawthorne Court, and we just don't think that putting buses on Hawthorne Court activate that Hawthorne Court into a pedestrian corridor and take away from the public art that could potentially be put on Hawthorne Court to make it just a more appealing and welcoming pedestrian environment. And we just think that move the buses to Lake Street just to make it a more attractive project to the people in the neighborhood. Again, we have had multiple steering committee meetings. We still have not seen an alternative proposed to us. And we brought these up in August when the neighborhood meeting was conducted. So thank you for letting me speak today, and I appreciate your time, commissioners.
Thank you, Eli. Our next registrant is Mike Oates, East Chicago Street, Milwaukee. In support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Shane Grandebois, East Chicago Street, Milwaukee. Support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Claire Lohman, Meadow Lane North, Minneapolis, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing Mortensen. London Donahoe, Langdon Street, Madison, not wishing to speak, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Let's see if there's any others available to answer questions. And that's it in terms of registrants wishing to speak. Alder Bennett.
Can you give me 1 second? Sorry. Hi.
You're not coming through. Okay, we will go to Commissioner Cantrell.
I would like to hear more from the architect regarding the rooftop terrace and the encroachment and the elevations of the building, showing what that encroachment is. And obviously, I don't think he had enough time. So I guess I'd like to hear more from him. Thanks.
Okay, so John Chapman. Could we have John Chapman respond to those questions? And I think we want the presentation up too, Lisa. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Apologies. I was just getting to that point. If we go, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the typical apartment layout is on the left, and then at the very top we have the roof plan, which illustrates a roof terrace at the north end of the building, and that's the area that was mentioned earlier that has an elevator lobby that goes to the roof terrace. And so if you go to the next slide. So this illustrates a section through the building on the lower right, through the property, and you can see the Francis Street parking on deck on the left, and then the proposed new building on the right, which shows one level of lower level parking underground, the bus terminal. So this is cut looking south. So Lake Street is on the right, and Hawthorne Court is down the center. You can see the bus terminal is in the blue. And then we have some parking on the left side of the building, and then the 2 levels of loft units, which are on the right side of the building that look out onto Lake Street. And then we have the housing component above the podium illustrated. And you can see the roof terrace lobby, which is in the yellow, and then the roof, the elevator overrun, which is in the white. And so you can see we have an enlarged plan of that area that has the elevator overrun, a little diagram on the left, and then a section on the right. And I believe in this diagram, we were at the UDC, we had presented that we were anticipating an 8-foot elevator overrun just for the elevator cabs. Since that meeting, we have reduced that to 7 foot, and we are hoping to reduce even further, but that'll be dependent on the elevator manufacturer that is selected for the project. So we reduced that elevator overrun by 1 foot, but that illustrates the area that I believe was asked in the question.
Yeah.
Did you have any further questions, Commissioner Cantrell?
Could the architect also show the elevations of the building?
Yes, absolutely. These are some images that have been rendered for the potential project. This is a view from University Avenue, looking along Lake Street to the north. I think the next view shows from sort of State Street, looking towards more University Avenue along Lake Street. And then this is from University Avenue further east, looking west at the I'll say the back of the building. And then I think the next view illustrates the materials, and I think we have some contextual images. And then I think this is I believe this is the last slide.
Could you show the long views?
The long views?
Where you show the encroachment, the elevator shaft encroachments?
I believe those are included. I'm not exactly there we go. So we did some studies based on discussions with the UDC, and particularly from Bascom Hill, which is in the upper right photo, and so, or image. So you can see the Capitol off in the distance, and then you can see that the potential project is to the right of sort of the State Street view. And then you can see some other views that we took from other areas, sort of long range views illustrating the project as a total.
One of the comments I read the urban design lengthy report. They talked about the blank walls on the north and south of the building, and I think that you said that you were providing architectural block or designer block, but it's really block. And they were hoping for more than that. And I think they may even make a recommendation for that. What do you plan to do for those sides? Especially this view shows that blank wall from State Street, which is, we've had some other projects in the downtown, especially up the street towards the Capitol, which are not very attractive. And I guess I'd like to make sure that this building provides at least some architectural interest on those sides of the building that are still visible and are pretty blank.
So, if I can respond,
Go ahead.
I think that's an appropriate question, not only from you but also we heard it from the UDC, and so those walls currently are up against the property line, so we need them to be solid because of the fire rating abutting a property line. But we have described them as decorative concrete block, and we are in the process of examining that based on the UDC comments, and that's one of the criteria that we have to bring back to them. And so we are looking at different ways to articulate both those facades and make them, I think, much more compatible with the neighborhood and the adjoining properties.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Alder Heck.
Thank you. Just a quick question for John Chapman. I'm wondering if you can estimate the horizontal dimension of the proposed elevator overrun. I understand it's 7 or 8 feet and hopefully less if approved. According to what Lisa Magnabola had to say, there was some room for negotiation, but I'm interested in knowing about the horizontal dimensions.
So I believe I will try and give you the most conservative answer to that. So it's 3 elevators that go up, and if those elevators were 10 by 10, which again is a conservative approach, that would be a 10 by 30 kind of dimension.
Thanks. And in the renderings that were just shown of the long views, it was rather difficult to judge much from those because the images were so small. But it looked like that maybe there were 2 overruns in those long views. Was that a previous version of the proposal, or was that showing just one?
I think what may have been illustrated was some on the roof terrace. We had some, I'll call them pergola type products that were screening some of the sunlight to the roof terrace. And I think that's what may have been illustrated.
Okay. I actually thought pergolas counted as a story, but maybe Lisa can answer that.
When we get to staff questions, we'll.
Okay. Thank you. That was my question.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm in the library, and obviously a plan commission meeting is my favorite distraction from studying. But I have a question for the developer. One, I have been asking about the programming on the I believe the rooftop terrace and kind of in the circle in between. I know in the initial renderings there was like a pool there. Do you know what sort of programming you want to provide?
So John, can you answer that, or should that be Nate?
I think the answer was what type of program is happening on the top of the podium. Is that correct? Above the parking?
Right.
And we're having, okay. So I think what we illustrated on the podium plan was a pool area, some area for collaboration, external outside collaboration. As part of the overall program of the project, there is a sort of a fitness center for the building. And that was proposed to be on that floor, which would then spill out into the outside sort of deck to provide outdoor sort of recreational classes and things like that.
Okay. And that's officially what your intentions are?
Yes, to my understanding, that is the approach we're moving ahead with.
Did you have any further questions, Alder Bennett?
I have questions for Eli.
You can.
Sorosky.
Yeah. Eli? Yes. Okay. Very good. Go ahead.
Okay. And Eli, I know only 3 minutes is not a lot. So I was wondering if you could speak more to kind of the neighborhood association's concerns about the safety and current plans for using Hawthorne Court.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Alder Bennett. I think part of it is we realized that the BRT lane that is going down University is going to be really important for neighbors in the area, and also we understand that people use that area of Hawthorne Court as a thoroughway between University and State Street. We also, we're really excited about this idea of public art in the area and stuff, but we just don't think that like putting buses there is gonna like make it a really attractive space to be in. And then additionally, like we've seen with the just like late night and stuff, you have people, whether we like it or there's a lot of inebriated people that walk about Hawthorne Court, and so we just don't think that the current plan just needs to move forward with having buses on Hawthorne Court, because you're putting, big buses in an area where pedestrians aren't necessarily making the best decisions, but that's not going to change because that's just the culture of the area, to be honest. And so we think that moving buses to Lake Street is just a safer option, not only because it's a controlled intersection and there's actually a crosswalk and a stoplight, but just because like the just nature of the area, you have two of the biggest bars on University on that block, and you have lines for those bars going down University at the same time. So yeah, those are just some things that were surfaced.
Thank you, Eli.
Thanks. And Eli, speaking of bars, I know we've worked extensively with the local businesses. I was wondering if you could speak briefly towards like how using buses on Hawthorne Court will impact local businesses.
Mm-hmm. So we were assured by the transportation department that it wouldn't necessarily affect like based on building inspectors and stuff, but we have to look past that. Like when you release 700 people out of an exit, not 700 people are not going to fit on a truck, so inevitably people would, in the case of emergency, probably spout onto Hawthorne Court, and ultimately that would affect the flow of the intercity bus station. And so again, we're thinking safety, but also we're thinking efficiency as well at the same time. And why would we create a bus station that would affect large cities like Minneapolis and Chicago that would be depending on this bus station in Madison? We want to really balance that and recognize that Lake Street provides a safer option and a more efficient option for the bus terminal.
Awesome. Thank you, Eli.
Is that it for you, Alder Bennett, or did you have a further question?
Thank you, Liddell.
Okay. Any further questions of any of our registrants? Alder Paulson.
Just while we're on the topic of buses, could we talk a little bit about, did you consider trying to put buses into Lake? Could you just talk a little bit about like just logistically how that would work?
Yeah, I do have a presentation, but I
will wait for that then.
Yeah, let's hold for that on questions of staff. Any other questions of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing and we will hear from our Department of Transportation Director, Tom Lynch. And did you have slides that you wanted to show or no?
Yes, I think it might be just the most effective way to do this.
Good.
Lisa, should I share them?
Yes, you should be able to share them.
Okay, I'll just do this, and I'm not going to use animations because animations never work, right? They always. Okay, so for us, the goal is to replace a 60-year-old facility. This was constructed in 1963-64, and we're starting to see the deterioration. A complementary goal is to get an intercity bus terminal, one that we've really needed for decades. It's in the 2017 Madison in Motion plan and the 2018 Imagine Madison plan. Matt already talked about the RFP that was issued by Economic Development. The current proposal is nice in that we are able to separate the parking that's dedicated to the apartments with the parking that's dedicated to the public use for events. And that's a nice feature in that we are not mixing the two types of parking. The resident parking is underneath. This proposal kind of makes this whole thing work for the parking utility. About 2/3 of the cost is paid for through TIF and air rights payments, and 1/3 is paid through parking utility borrowing. If it weren't for this kind of creative use of mixed use, the parking utility would not be able to actually replace this structure. As far as a discussion, I'd like to talk about the circulation, which was mentioned by several of the speakers, Hawthorne Court, which is mentioned by several speakers, and then parking. Currently, the circulation is to have buses enter the intercity bus terminal through using Hawthorne Court. So it would be northbound Hawthorne Court, pull through on what you might call an alleyway almost, and where our buses are, and then exit on Lake Street, and then use the signal on Lake Street. It is possible for us to get 4 buses in the bus terminal, but we've been interacting with Coach USA and Badger Bus, and they kind of like this arrangement better. It's just easier for their drivers. This is what the loading zone would look like with some interior space for those waiting, and we hope that we can provide bathroom facilities as well and a heated space. It does mean that we'll have a one-way flow on Hawthorne Court. If I go, Hawthorne Court will need to become one-way northbound. If you look at the width of this, you can see how narrow it is. And then probably in reality, we have 16 feet. And generally our travel lanes are 10 or 11 feet. So it really should be one way as it is. There already are conflicts. With private parking, the public parking will all enter and exit off of Lake Street. It's very visible. It's easy if someone's going to a basketball game or a volleyball game at the Kohl Center to direct someone to the public parking on Lake Street. The private parking, which is underground, that would be associated with the apartments. And we felt like it was best to have familiar users, someone who is renting an apartment for a year would be used to using Hawthorne Court as a way to access their spot. We did not want to route event traffic, like Kohl Center traffic or visiting traffic down Hawthorne Court. We just felt like that wasn't appropriate. Here, you can see this is a very confusing slide, and I'm sorry that it's so confusing. But here you can see we have one-way north. Underground parkers associated with the apartment go here, and then when they exit, they go to the north, and then would pull through this kind of public easement. In the long term, we would like to perhaps have a public easement that goes all the way from Francis Street to Lake Street, and that would go through the Francis Street Garage. The Francis Street Garage is about 20 years younger than the Lake Street Garage, and so we won't be looking to reconstruct it in the next decade, but perhaps after that, that would be an option, and we want to call that out. Currently, this is what a Hawthorne Court looks like when you look at it from University. It's quite narrow. There is no parking that's allowed there. However, sometimes Uber Eats drivers will park here, for instance, or deliveries will park here. Oftentimes, perhaps here you can see one of the immersions, the stage entrance to the Liquid event venue. Currently, if we look at University Avenue, this is right looking east at Hawthorne Court. We already have a problem with people parking in the bus lane as they get deliveries for, Estacion or Wando's, or loading for, let's say, the Liquid event lounge or the like. And while it's, this is illegal, and this will become more of a problem when this becomes a bus rapid transit lane, right? So while it's illegal and it's a problem, it's a legitimate need. If we don't address this need, this will continue to be a problem. So to deal with it, what we're proposing is that we would place 2 loading zones, one kind of where the existing bus stop is right now, and then perhaps one in front of the UW, or what the W, it's called the W Lounge, and Liquid right here. Those loading zones could be used for the Uber Eats, but they could also be used for, let's say, events, like, for instance, bands as they go to the Liquid. They often will park in Hawthorne Court, and we really need them not to be blocking a fire lane. Even right now, they need to not be blocking a fire lane. But, bands need to unload their equipment, and that's a legitimate need. And so this would deal with that legitimate need. This is pedestrian queuing does occur on weeknights. This is what it looks like. Sometimes they will actually put up gates here. Last Friday, they put up gates. This is technically a queue that I think is going to the W lounge. So you can see how, this is a 2-way road currently, right? And we have, students and patrons wanting to get into the W lounge. And so it's just a little bit of a difficult situation. What we're hoping to do is, by making it one way, we can claim some of Hawthorne Court and actually make it a protected pedestrian way. We actually would increase, instead of there being a 2-foot lane, there'd be up to a 7-foot walkway right here. You can see 7-foot walkway. This area could have a Wonerf concept, which is kind of a shared street concept. I think we'd want to interact with the Transportation Commission a little bit more on that. Harold Klein, who's on that, had some different thoughts. There may be value in keeping this as protected, and there may be value as making this a little bit more shared. There are alternate pedestrian accommodations. How 200 feet to the west and 200 feet to the east, we have Francis Street and Lake Street. So there's other ways for pedestrians to get through. Hawthorne Court is one way. We want to keep that, but there are other ways. And I think the next couple slides just get to the heart of the issue. The 4 finalists, 3 of the 4 finalists used Hawthorne Court for buses. 1 of the 4 finalists did not. Okay, that particular layout you can see on the left. Now, there was some challenges with that, technically, with the parking garage. But if we just look at the openings, it had 4 openings, and it serves 10 turning movements, and about 40% of the frontage was driveway. So you can see there's 4 openings in 260 feet, compared with our current proposed layout has 2 openings, 5 turning lanes, and 25% driveway. And so if you're a pedestrian on Lake Street, right, many of our garages, when we have exiting vehicles, we have these little alarms that go off, right, that tell the pedestrian that a vehicle's coming and kind of alert the driver that pedestrians might be coming. So you can see how there's many driveways where we could have these alarms going off, right? If we kind of looked at it in a profile view, right, to the right is what the current proposal, right? And this would be the public parking right here. And then this left exit would be just the bus exit right here. The alternate proposal, we have, 4 different entrances. And so, again, someone visiting from Waukesha or, La Crosse or something going to a game, event type parking, which opening do they go to? You know what I mean? It's quite confusing. It's whereas we felt like the proposal on the right is a little bit more straightforward. This is what it looks like in the profile view from the developer. We have looked at pedestrians. These are the pedestrian counts during the noon. So you can see the pedestrian counts on Hawthorne, which is in orange, are quite low at noon. On a weekend evenings, you can see that the pedestrian count does go up on Hawthorne Court, but it's still lower than Lake Street and University. Bus frequency, currently Van Galder or Coach USA have roughly between 18 to 22 trips per day. A Badger roughly 8 trips per day, and they really go all the way through the day. There'd be about one bus that would enter. One bus that would enter during the bar closing time. So it's there is a bus that would be coming, but there's buses that are on Langdon also, that travel on Langdon during bar closing days. We are proposing to reduce the number of stalls by 88. So this garage will be slightly smaller. We've done an analysis of when are those stalls used. This is an analysis of about 3 or 4 years, and they would be used about 33 days a year. So, for 33 days, we would miss those 88 stalls. Mostly about 60 to 70% of the times those stalls would be used would be mostly during UW events. Let's say a UW football event or a Kohl Center event to that effect. The other 40% others. So it would cost, this is a very dense slide. I should probably make simpler, but it would cost us about $90,000 a stall, or almost $8 million to construct that extra 88 stalls. And those stalls would capture maybe $15,000 in revenue a year. So you can see how, we pay $8 million to produce another parking deck underneath, and the revenue from it would just be not very high. What would it take to keep the 88 stalls? We could pay the $7 or $8 million in construction cost. Acknowledge that probably it would have to be long-term renters that would use that, because we wouldn't want to be directing visitors to the stalls below. Or we could reduce or eliminate some of the 24/7 monthly parkers. Right now, we have about 358 permits in these 2 garages that are 24/7 permit holders. So a summary, proposal provides an opportunity to replace Lake Street ramp in a way that wouldn't be financially possible otherwise. It provides an opportunity to construct an intercity bus terminal. The cost associated with adding another underground level is significantly greater than the revenue generated. The use of Hawthorne Court has challenges. And so I guess I want to acknowledge what Candace said and what others have said. It's not ideal, but the alternate layouts that do not use Hawthorne Court, we feel have more challenges and are not as advantageous. And we will, use efforts to mitigate those adverse effects. Development agreement has conditions for both parties. There's incentives and costs to motivate both the city and the developer. And we, as a transportation staff, recommend approval. So thanks for allowing me to share that background information.
Thank you very much, Tom. So now we will come to questions of staff. Are there Commissioner Shepherd?
Yeah, two quick questions for Tom. I think you sort of answered my first question already. Are there benefits in terms of having this central sort of terminal for buses? That being without this terminal. And I like the fact that in the report you had sort of the example from La Crosse, where you already had, once again, sort of a model. But one, what would be the benefit of having that central terminal and not having these intercity buses sort of roaming downtown? And then the second question is there in your report you highlight the environmental benefits of having, once again, the intercity bus terminal? Is there any way to how can I put it, have the, like Badger Bus, have cleaner buses? Is there any way to incentivize that? Or I don't think that's anything that we can regulate, but maybe there's, once again, if they have natural gas powered vehicles, maybe that's something that we can look into. So the benefits of having the terminal, getting those buses off of the streets, and then second, is there any way to get, once again, cleaner buses into the terminal? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll answer what I can. I feel like there's a huge benefit. Oftentimes when we think about intercity buses, we think about the kids that are on there, that are getting on there, students. I don't mean to say kids, but students. But anyone who does not have a motor vehicle, if they want to visit a relative or go to a job, and they have no other way than our intercity buses. So it's really more about providing a transportation thing that we who have cars, we take it for granted that we can just go to La Crosse or to Milwaukee. But if you do not have access to a car, this is your only way. Currently, every rider waits outside. And that's, there's no bathroom facilities. We provide nice accommodations for, a person with a car, they can come in, all this, but someone has to wait for a bus. They do it outside. I'm going to say for decades, buses have been on Langdon. We moved them to south to another place by Gordon Commons, Lake Street, right? Technically, the buses can stop at any bus stop that we have legally. Right. They work with us and they're partners with us. Like we build it, will you come? Because we want them to come, right? Because they can park where they want to, so long as it's a legal bus stop. We don't have as much influence over their fleet. With our bus rapid transit, we have endpoint chargers, so we can do electric buses, and we'll have a fully electric BRT fleet. But they have 3-hour runs with no intermittent charging, and so we don't have as much influence over that.
Thank you, Tom. Did you have any further questions, Commissioner Shepherd?
No, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Regarding some of the questions about safety on Hawthorne Court, I'm wondering if you could describe, will there be additional lighting added? I couldn't really tell from the plans kind of what that would look like.
Yeah, I think we'd like to make it a much better environment than it is right now. I think Eli from CANA alluded to the percent for arts. We have a budget available for arts. Currently, we have cameras already out there. We'd like the lighting to be there. We would like to change the environment. The pedestrian way is only 2 foot. On the west side, we can make that to 7 feet. We've heard loud and clear from many different stakeholder groups that the environment is not good, and so we'd like to make it better.
And would that extend the length of it? Because obviously, the city parking ramps compose a large chunk of that court, but there's also private property. So with the addition of the pedestrian walkway, would those lighting improvements extend the whole way?
Yeah. So that's a good distinction. We will be planning on reconstructing Hawthorne Court. So there's a section of Hawthorne Court that is right in the area of Francis Street and Lake Street Garage, but to the south of that, between the garage and University, we would be reconstructing that portion of Hawthorne Court as a street project that would be coming with city engineering.
Okay.
So it's I'm going to say it's separate from the development of proposal, but it's part of the plan. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it will continue to sort of dead end right before State Street there?
It will dead end, but then all private parkers will have access through this. The bus terminal will actually be an alleyway, right? And so if we did not, so the alleyway allows us to do the one-way operation, which allows us to free up space, to provide a little bit more protected sidewalk and pedestrian accommodations.
Okay, thank you. One other question. You talked about the number of openings on Lake Street under the kind of two options. Can you confirm how many openings are there current? Because it is already, I'd say, pretty dicey when you walk down that street.
There's two separate entrances. Maybe the one that I always compare this to. Here's a picture. Let me see if I can. I often think of the State Street Capitol, and after an Overture event, and how many driveways there are and how many people are trying to get in. Here you can see, here's one opening, and here you can see another opening. So with ours, we will have one opening like this, but then down here, there would be one exit.
So there's more space in between the openings.
Yeah. One of the goals of the RFP that economic development sent was to activate it. So rather than this being the front of a parking garage, could the Lake Street be something more than just a parking garage? Could it be active uses? Perhaps. I'd like to see a coffee shop would be great. I don't know if things like that could happen, but the goal of the RFP was to activate to the extent possible Lake Street.
Okay. Thank you. That's all for my questions right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I first have a question for Lisa. I'll give Tom a break. Just with regard to the elevator and what we were looking at, we heard some mention of pergolas and things, and I thought I was under the impression that pergolas can make another story, but they're at a level that's already being considered a story because of the lobby for the elevators. Is that right?
Yeah, so there have been some changes to the design over time. So initially, we were trying to get that elevator lobby to the rooftop amenity space to a point where it would not count as a story. So if it's the minimum necessary for the building code, so like they're required to provide an elevator to an occupiable roof space, then that does not count as a story. But once you start adding pergolas, it does. But I think that in this case, for example, it seems minor, but they're including like a trash chute room in the lobby space. And that is technically not required by building code. And then that starts to trigger the story. So like and like typically we even like to see just the elevator would open up to the roof as opposed to like the minimum lobby required, so it's a bit of a zoning question, but generally, yes, like a pergola would trigger a story. So we initially had asked them to remove it. So the plans that we have most recently, so like that UDC reviewed, the pergolas were not actually on the on the plan set. I think sometimes the renderings might not get updated exactly to reflect that. But right now the expectation is that it's just that elevator, lobby, and staircase on the roof with no pergola.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it, Lisa. Now I'm going to harass Tom again. Tom, we've been discussing Hawthorne Court a lot, and it really to me seems like it comes down to the flow of the bus terminal, of the buses going in the bus terminal, and I guess I've got a couple alternate solutions, and I just kind of want to hear what you have to say about them. And you mentioned in the future the Francis Street garage will be reconstructed maybe in 10 or 20 years, and that perhaps access to the bus terminal could be through that new garage across Hawthorne Court, and and the buses may no longer need to be on Hawthorne Court. I suppose the resident traffic might still need to be on Hawthorne Court to access the underground parking, but why can't we do that now? Why can't we just bust through the wall of the Francis Street garage on Hawthorne Court, have the buses come in on the Francis Street side, and then enter the new parking garage there?
So Francis Street, if you walk down Hawthorne Court, parking garages are perhaps some of the most complicated structures there are, because they're not two-dimensional, right? Everything is in 3 dimensions, and most of the ramps are at about 6%. And so it's not possible with Francis garage as it is now, but it could be in the future. We could just say, all right, this alley is set at this elevation so that it can connect, you know what I mean? And then kind of use that as a control point as you do the design. Others have suggested, well, could we have all the buses exit on Lake Street, but still have the apartment go underneath, you know what I mean? And it's it may be possible, but there's that I'm going to share one slide at the end. Parking grades and parking structures are kind of an interesting thing in that we generally need about, by the time you figure the structure and the girders, you generally need about 13 feet, right, to get a distance for a car or a van to get through. And we generally don't like to have much more than 6%, which means it takes us 200 feet, to get a garage to go up where it's a floor above and something could go underneath it, right? So that 200 feet can be all in a line, right? Or it can be, one thing can be going up 100 feet and one thing can be going down for 100 feet. But generally, we need 200 feet to create that level, right? And so then what the challenge is here is, this is the alternate layout that didn't use Hawthorne Court. And the thought was, well, could we just do one-way operation here? And we have the kind of the challenge is that, the bus terminal is all at one level, but then somehow we have to get cars underground, and we need 200 feet to get those cars underground. Do you see what I'm saying? And so, so I haven't done the calculations, but I'm just trying to explain the challenge that generally you need somewhere we have to find 200 feet to get something higher and something lower, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. Just one other idea. If you were able to find space on Lake Street to have one more opening only for incoming buses, could you avoid some of that problem that you just described by, again, having them go straight through the new garage and out onto Hawthorne Court and turning left and then going up as currently designed. So it would be kind of a straight through lane for buses only. And you would avoid perhaps the ramping problem by having them driving around inside. And you would be well away from a lot of the conflicts related to University Avenue. Would that be feasible? Does that make sense?
All right, I'm going to try and repeat what I think I heard.
Okay.
This is very complicated. So you're saying that instead of the buses turning around inside the building, they actually turn around within Hawthorne Court? Is that kind of what you're saying?
No. I'm saying they'd have an entrance on Lake, and they would just drive straight through the garage to Hawthorne Court and turn left.
And then they would turn left on Hawthorne Court?
Yeah, they'd then go north and enter the garage as currently enter the bus terminal as currently designed. So let's say where that pink area is at the bottom, they'd be driving along there after coming in and just go right out into Hawthorne Court and turn left.
All right, I apologize if I'm it's very so you're saying go like this.
Keep going.
Yeah, and then what they would do is then they would
there'd be a hole in the wall there, and they'd go up as it's currently designed.
Yeah. And then
so they'd be avoiding University Avenue conflicts.
Yeah, and so I think that concept is basically what this design is. It's just instead of turning around inside here, they're turning around here, and that would be I think in concept that's what the alternate design was. It does mean though, if you can see if this is all one level, right, then the access to the underground parking would have to be off of Lake Street as well, right? Because if this is all one level, right, we don't have any room to get down 13 feet. So the access to the underground levels would be off of Lake Street, which is very similar to what the previous this alternate proposal did. Here's the access to the underground was right here. The access to whether or not which way the buses go, they go this way or that way. They go that way, and then this is the access to the above ground. So this is an option or whatever. We just thought that there was a lot of driveways on on Lake Street with this.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you have any further questions, Alder Heck?
No, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Spencer.
Thank you. Another quick question for Tom, and I promise it's not about circulation. There were several questions and concerns about the late night buses and the patrons downtown late at night. And I was just wondering if you could show the schedule again, or just say approximately how many buses would be at that terminal between 10 o'clock and 2 a.m. I think you said there were a couple buses at closing time.
Yeah, at closing time there would be. Here you can see
okay.
They are generally hourly from 6 to 10, and then after that they're not hourly.
Yeah.
They're more arrivals from O'Hare. So they have a 1:30, a 4 a.m., 5:30 a.m. And this is on Coach USA's thing. Badger Bus also uses this. And I don't have their schedule, but they have roughly 8 trips per day.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah, I like the bus terminal. I like the idea of it. I have a car, but I've taken the Van Gelder bus several times for various reasons. I just prefer the bus. I also had a quick question. Commissioner Solheim had asked about lighting at the bus terminal. Are there other safety amenities that will go there? I don't have any off the top of my head, but I don't know what they're called on campus. It's like an emergency beacon or a pole or something to signal if you're in trouble. Just
Yeah.
curious.
That's a good question. We haven't done the programming yet, but we do want this to be a safe place, right? It only accomplishes its function if it's safe, right? And so I'm sure that the lighting will be good. I'm sure that we although sometimes the city has some reticence regarding cameras, we'll have cameras in Hawthorne Court as well as the bus terminal. But other environmental features to make it safer, we would want that. Yeah.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Spencer. Commissioner Cantrell.
This is for Tom. I noticed that there's a couple apartment buildings on Hawthorne Court, and I'm assuming there's some businesses that have parking too that access that court. I think you said that you would be granting those property owners an easement because of the one-way nature of Hawthorne Court, an easement through the bus terminal area so they can get out onto Lake Street. Is that true?
Yeah. Yes. So there's about anywhere from 16 to 22 private parking spots, and they would have one-way access through. It will function a little bit like an alleyway. You know what I mean? And so you could see that those. Let's call it 20 parking spaces. They could generate 60 trips. During the day where they would travel through the
Okay. Have you talked to those property owners about the potential for that granting them an easement for that use?
Well, we have had we've had a public meeting and we've tried to notify them.
Okay.
Not everyone is. I'm going to be honest. Not everyone attends every meeting, right? And,
Sure.
And we had mailers and we invited them. The one advantage is that most of those parkers are, I'm going to call them repeat users. You know what I mean? So they understand they will have an assigned parking flow. And being honest, if you think about it, it's leaving on Lake Street, the intersection with a light is a lot nicer than leaving on Hawthorne Court where you can't take a left. It's all kind of goofed up there.
Right. And okay. Well, thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Alder Bennett.
Hi. So Tom, I'm wondering, could you go back to the pedestrian counts on University Avenue?
Yep, I'll do that. There we go.
Awesome. So it's safe to say, like, it looks like the pedestrian counts on University are comparable or actually more than Lake Street.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. And that's like all times of day and like on weekdays and weekends, right?
Well, this shows the peak period. We kind of contrasted the midday and then the weekend evening.
Yeah. Okay. And this demonstrates how like University Avenue is the entrance to Hawthorne Court.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Like, so there would be more pedestrians on University that would be passing through, possibly interacting with the buses than on Lake Street. Right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. And then kind of going back to Alder Heck's point, I was wondering, when we do this street design, I mean, I feel like from your perspective, it probably would be more ideal to use Francis Street as well if we had that opportunity. In the future, could we look back at this, or are we like kind of locked into this design once we get it.
Um,
Like if and when we redo the Francis Street garage, could we look back and say, maybe let's re-examine the entrance for the bus terminal?
Oh, I think so. I think that when the Francis Street garage is reconstructed, it will go through as much scrutiny as this is going through. So, so I'm not sure if can we lock that in? I don't know. It's hard to. We can try. You know.
I'm just like trying to see if the decision we make now impedes our ability in the future to look back and try to use Francis Street as the entrance instead.
Yeah. I will say that the Francis Street concept has more interest than just the intercity bus terminal. City engineering has thought about that as an option, and then Mass and Fire Department has also wondered if that could be an option. So it's not like there's not a single division or agency that's interested in that. I think there's multiple agencies that would like to see if that could occur, and so that would bode well.
So down the road, it sounds like that is a possibility.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any other questions, Alder Bennett?
Not right now. Thank you, Liddell.
Thank you. Alder Heck.
Thank you. This is probably a combination question for Tom and for Lisa. I'm thinking about the cutout parking spaces along University that you mentioned, Tom, and you said you're thinking about putting one to the east of Hawthorne Court and maybe one to the west. And it got me thinking about, well, who's going to make that decision? And then I started thinking about the fact that we're not actually, I think this is where Lisa can help. I think we're not approving anything about Hawthorne Court or about the cutouts or so neither one of those, but what we're going to possibly approve is the parking garage and the flow of the traffic that's going to be using those streets. Isn't that correct, Lisa? We're not, I don't think we can even require a WARNF on Hawthorne Court at this point, because that's more of a public works project. Isn't that correct?
Yeah. So, with the zoning map amendment to PD, we do obviously consider like traffic circulation. Is there adequate access for the type of development that's being proposed? So like in that way, that's when the Hawthorne Court conversation comes in. If they're planning to make changes, as that might, facilitate or contribute to the development. So there's a bit of a balance there, but yes, like technically you are not, commenting or making conditions on like the design of Hawthorne Court or any kind of spaces on University Avenue.
Okay. Yeah, it's complex. Thanks for that clarification.
Anything further? No. Okay. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yeah. Yes. One last question for Tom. With the bump outs, the carve-ins off of University for the loading areas, what will be the remaining area for the sidewalk?
I think those bump outs would just be in the flex zone, so I don't think they would touch the sidewalk.
Okay.
But the one to the east could be done relatively easy because it's an existing bus stop that won't be used, with the implementation of bus rapid transit. The one to the west, there actually would be the removal of 2 trees, and so there could be a little bit more people that are concerned about that one.
But the sidewalk width will be at least 6 feet or plus.
Yeah, and particularly
that's a pretty heavily traveled pedestrian.
Well, there's cities are messy, right? And so there's a lot of queuing. I'm just going to say there's queuing, and there's actually organized queuing where people, these establishments will wrap their patrons, through this gate system, much like you'd see at an airport, right? And so that's going to happen, right? And so we just have to acknowledge, well, if that happens, how do we make this all work together, right?
Sure.
And
sure.
So, yeah.
And I understand the sidewalk along Hawthorne Court will likely be 7 feet, but I guess I'm mostly interested on the sidewalk remaining on University Avenues, because that's the major, pedestrian flow through that area.
Yeah. I think some of the owners of the establishment would like the bump out in front of, let's say, Liquid and the W, just because it would be help for their bands when they unload and load. It's a little closer.
I see.
But then they also have a pretty extensive queuing that we have to consider and make sure that the queuing doesn't get into there's enough room for people to get around. So.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Bennett.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I have one last question. Again, for Tom, thank you for allowing us to quiz you. But I know Hawthorne Court has, historically been used as a pedestrian corridor and sometimes for delivery drivers. I'm just wondering, because it's historically been used that way and people are used to using it in that way, how are we planning to kind of change that flow? So people know that it's a one way, and people know, and like pedestrians know that they can't use the entire street, that they can only use 7 feet.
Yeah. There'll probably be a reset period, right? Because, for 18 months, there'll be a lot of construction going on in Hawthorne Court, right? There won't be anyone going through because they'll be demolishing, the ramps, and then so there'll be a reset where for 2 years it won't be used, and then it'll open up, and then it'll be ready for use. So there'll kind of be a reset. And I think, these are legitimate needs, right? Loading, pedestrian access, and it's one thing to put up a sign and say, don't do this, right? But if it's a legitimate need, people will do it, and we can't always enforce it. So we just need to try and design this so that the needs for pedestrian access and loading are met.
Okay. Thank you, Tom.
Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Just a quick question for Lisa. As we were talking about the height and the stories versus total feet, I was just reminded of the work session that we just had, kind of talking about that in the downtown. So I just want to clarify that this would be an exception. Typically, we would require that developments meet both the stories limit and the feet height limit. Is that correct?
Might defer to Heather on this one, if you don't mind, Heather. A little more background, I think, on what we've seen in the past.
Not at all. So yeah, that's a great question. So yes, developments do currently need to meet both the number of stories limit and the total height limit. The only way to exceed either is through a planned development. And that's what they're seeking, to rezone from the urban mixed use into planned development and meet the planned development standards.
Great. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. I see no further hands with questions. Do we have a motion? Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, thank you. Well, I'm going to recommend that the Plan Commission find that the standards for the demolition permit are met and approve the demolition of the public parking garage at 415 on North Lake Street.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Did you wish to speak to your motion regarding the demolition, Commissioner Cantrell?
I just think it's long overdue.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this, the demolition motion? Alder Bennett.
I just want to make this quick. I don't want to slow down this project. But I will say I do have a few concerns. Well, two really. One, the programming at the top above the parking lot, to my chagrin, they're planning on using a pool there. I have said this before and I'll say it again. We're not in a pool shortage in Madison and definitely not in Wisconsin. And I think that, it's a missed opportunity to use it as a green space or something of that nature. And secondly, when it comes down to Hawthorne Court, I really wish that we could make a compromise with the bus terminals and, and just speaking with the neighborhood association about this extensively. I know, I mean, I live right by there and for, a little over a year now. And it's an area where I know there's heavy pedestrian flow, especially at night. And I don't want to say I don't trust people, but I know that when people are inebriated and not in their right mind, I don't know if it's the best place that we should be having buses where people might not be thinking, oh, let me use this 7-foot sidewalk. And that's especially true on University Avenue when we have, literally hundreds of students waiting in line out on University Avenue. And that's the main entrance for Hawthorne Court. So those are my two things. I really wish that we could use alternatives to a pool on the rooftop. And then again, Hawthorne Court, I wish that we could consider a compromise in the pedestrian flow for that area.
Thank you, Alder Bennett. Any other comments before we come to a vote? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Now we're looking for a motion on the rezoning. Commissioner Cantrell. Okay.
Thank you. I will also recommend that the Plan Commission find that the standards for zoning map amendments meet and forward the zoning map amendment to change the zoning at 415 North Lake Street from urban mixed use district to plan development, general development plan, specific implementation plan to the City Council with a recommendation of approval.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, this proposed project provides a much needed bus terminal that we've been needing for several years now, since the other one was torn down near where I live. It also provides public parking, and I think it provides an adequate number of public parking spaces, as outlined by Tom Lynch, and also it provides housing, which we know what the City of Madison needs, and this is student housing, but I think that all types of housing are necessary in the city. Obviously, the use of Hawthorne Court has been a concern. I think that the trade-off here is the number of openings along North Lake, and I think that there's some valid concerns about limiting those number of openings and the width of those openings. The traffic flowing north, I think the city is going to have to grant some easements to the people that the few people that use it for access to their parking spaces. But overall, I think it's a well-designed project and a needed project, and I think that staff and the developer has done a decent job in coming up with a proposal that meets our needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Cantrell said it well, and this is in my Alder district, and it's been a a tough conversation, primarily about Hawthorne Court, and that conversation has been going on for many, many months. And I really, I think what Tom Lynch said, that, you know, none of these options are perfect, but I do think this holds the most promise for dealing with that complex problem. And so I'll be supporting this. And I also did want to recognize the input of the Campus Area Neighborhood Association. They have put so much time into this. I think their concerns are legitimate. And I hope that as the design progresses, we're kind of more or less deciding what the circulation is going to be. But I think all the different types of mitigation we can do to keep folks safe in the future will be much appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, I support this. Obviously, I seconded it, but I wanted to relate it to my last question about the height. I'm comfortable with this change because I do feel it's serving, you know, obviously a strong public purpose. We've been wanting this bus terminal for a long time. I think I would feel differently if it was a purely residential building, not because I'm opposed to the additional density or stories, because I support that, but given our recent discussion in our last work session, it is one of the few tools that we may have for affordable housing. So I'd like to kind of save that for certain situations, but I think it is appropriate here given the strong public purpose of the overall development.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Any other comments or observations? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I'll assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. And now the conditional use for the Capitol View preservation and et cetera. Do we have a motion? Commissioner Cantrell.
I will also recommend that the Plan Commission find that the standards for conditional use are met and approve the request to allow the elevator penthouse of the proposed building at 415 North Lake Street to exceed the elevation of the base of the columns of the Capitol building. Are 187 2/10 of a foot.
And do we have a second? Seconded by Alder Paulson. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
I think that Commissioner Solheim said it well here. This building has a public purpose because of the bus terminal. Also, because many floors of the building are associated with parking, where the height is being impacted by that. But we've approved similar encroaches into the limit for elevator shafts and those sorts of things, much closer to the Capitol building than this one. This one's quite removed. So I think that's why I'm recommending it be supported.
Thank you. Any other comments, observations? Yes. Alder Paulson.
Yeah, I was also going to add that I think the public purpose of the bus terminal is worth the very small encroachment. I hope the team continues to whittle that down. That 2/10 of a foot. Everything we can do to get a little closer to that. And I'm also, I think the view sheds that it is actually impactful for are not generally accessible, and preserves the view from Bascom, which I think is where we really need to be careful. And in fact, if we're upset about anything, it's Bloody Memorial Library ruining the view from Bascom Hill. So we're going to be mad about anything. That's the one to be mad about. But I think this is the public bus terminal it's been since like 2009, and it's long overdue. And I know this has been a long project that staff has been working on for a long time. Alder Resnick once told me about this when he was an alder. So it's been percolating for a while, and I just want to applaud all the staff from EDD and transportation and everywhere who's been working on this for so long and bringing this forward. So it's just a great reuse of a parking lot that needs to go, finding a way to bring buses back downtown, and providing facilities for people who've been standing out on every street corner in downtown, seemingly University, Langdon, front of the Union, over by the business school, in front of the Cole Center, all over the place. So getting this done is just a tremendous, and then adding a lot of housing that's only adding housing to places that had no housing at all. So we're not getting rid of any naturally occurring low-income housing. So this is just a great win all around. So kudos to everyone who's been working on this for so long.
Thank you, Alder Paulson. Any other comments? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Everything was on the consent agenda until agenda items 14, 15, and 16, which are related and will be considered as one public hearing. Following the public hearing, the Plan Commission will make separate findings and motions on each agenda item. Agenda item 14, Legistar 74065, approving a certified survey map of property owned by the Kraft Heinz Foods Company in Lincoln Avenue, Capitol, addressed as 2007 Roth Street, 12th Alder District. Agenda item 15, Legistar 74056, same address, same Alder District. Lot 1 of proposed certified survey map, consideration of conditional use in the traditional residential urban 2 district for a multifamily dwelling with greater than 60 units to allow construction of a 6-story 250 unit apartment building. Agenda item 16, Legistar 74721, same address, same Alder District, Lot 2 of proposed certified survey map, consideration of a conditional use of the traditional residential urban 2 district for a multifamily dwelling with greater than 60 units, consideration of a conditional use for a building taller than 6 stories, and consideration of a conditional use for outdoor recreation to allow construction of a 7-story, 303-unit apartment building. And we will be hearing from Colin Punt. Colin.
All right, thank you. And I have to apologize. I'm coming down with a little bit of a cold, trying to make it through here. So before the commission now, the applicant here is seeking approval of the necessary conditional uses to construct a 6-story apartment building and a 7-story apartment building on 2 of the 3 lots created by the Associated CSM at the area generally address 2007 Roth Street. The 2 buildings are proposed on building sites east of the proposed Huxley Street, one on lot 1, which is to the north, and one on the lot to the south, which is lot 2. And they're on either side of the proposed extension of Coolidge Street. The proposed lots and dedicated rights of way for the new streets follow the official mapping alignments and the zoning map amendment previously approved by or reviewed by the Plan Commission and approved by Common Council earlier in 2022. I'm just going to say briefly that the proposed northern building on lot 1 is 6 stories tall and includes 250 age-restricted dwelling units and includes a structured parking garage within the building. The proposed southern building on lot 2 is 7 stories tall and includes 303 dwelling units and a parking structure wrapped by dwelling units. But I wanted to kind of touch on a few of the conditional use standards as well as the Oscar Mayer special area plan. From a planning standpoint, the area is covered by the recent Oscar Mayer special area plan, which recommends a mix of medium residential for the area closest to the planned open space, high residential to the area east of that, and then in the northeast corner, community mixed use, immediately west of the Canadian Pacific Railroad. The plan also makes specific height recommendations for the area, recommending 3 to 5 stories for the Huxley Street frontage, stepping up to 3 to 6 in the northeast corner and 3 to 10 stories along the railroad corridor. For both lots, I'll mention that conditional use standard of approval 1 states that the establishment and maintenance or operation of the conditional use will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, and general welfare. The site itself has previously been used for fuel storage, and portions of the open space have been used to dump construction and paving materials. The Hartmeyer property is an open environmental repair program site, according to the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources. The applicant team has begun environmental testing and has been in contact with WDNR staff regarding groundwater testing, soil sampling, and continued remediation projects. The City Engineering Division has recommended conditions of approval 1 and 2 under the Land Division request towards the bottom of the staff report. That the applicant provide to the Engineering Division proof of coordination with WDNR to further investigate contaminants, mitigate and remediate as necessary, and then close the site. The Engineering Division will also determine if a Phase 2 environmental site assessment will be required after the applicant provides the required Phase 1 environmental site assessment. Our colleague from the Engineering Division, Bryn Bemis, is available to answer questions regarding the environmental issues. Specifically regarding Lot 1 and Standard of Approval 9, former District 12 Alder Abbas requested referral of this proposal to the UDC to make an advisory recommendation regarding the design and aesthetics of the proposal. The UDC recommended that the Plan Commission not approve the development as proposed on Lot 1, with the recommendation that the Plan Commission request a redesign. Staff notes that UDC's motion provided some direction on the items that were of significant design concern. The applicant has addressed those after discussions with staff, and I believe they will be shared with the Commission tonight. Staff have included a condition of approval regarding these recommended design changes. And then finally, regarding Lot 2 and the standard and the conditional use standard of approval 12 for height in excess of that allowed in the zoning district. The maximum building height permitted in TRU2 is 6 stories and 78 feet. The general mass of the building on Lot 2 is 6 stories, and the overall height is less than 78 feet, but the stair and elevator access to the rooftop parking deck constitute a 7-story. This is a similar situation to Lake Street. The 2 stair towers and the 2 elevator towers are located in the southeast quadrant of the building. The total area is less than 800 square feet. Staff believe that because of the overall small area and the fact that the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan recommends building heights up to 10 stories in this area, that the Planning Commission can find that standard of approval met. As always, I am available to answer questions after the public hearing.
Thank you, Colin. I will open the public hearing. Our first registrant is Melissa Huggins, Wingra Drive, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing 401 Wilshire Boulevard, Santa Monica, California. Melissa, you have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Colin, can you, thank you, share. Good evening, members of the Plan Commission. I'm Melissa Huggins from Urban Assets. I'm going to provide some background on what has been a complex planning and design process that required collaboration with the Alder, city staff, and neighborhood groups. Next slide. Can you advance it, Colin? Sorry, are you having trouble?
It's advancing over here.
It is. Okay. Will you tell me if it's advanced? It's not advancing with me. So I think you're looking at the slide with the entire team. The entire team is available to answer your questions. The project has been designed by JLA and JSD, and of course, SCSS Engineers has provided expertise on the environmental issues and processes, and will continue to do so after tonight. Next slide. So just a quick timeline. Lincoln Avenue began conversations with city staff in the summer of 2021. Shortly thereafter, SCS joined the team. The next major milestone was Lincoln Avenue Capital secured the agreement with WIDA to preserve the qualified census tract, which enables this project to move forward as affordable housing. A reminder that Plan Commission has seen the project before when you approved the street mapping and preemptive rezoning. And we've had a good neighborhood process where there was some associated with the street mapping, and then we had 3 well-attended neighborhood meetings over the summer and fall. Targeted opening date is fall, winter of 2024. Next slide. All right. So the qualified census tract, QCT, is required for affordable housing financial feasibility. Without it, this development, a development of this size could not happen. Due to the 2020 census tract 21, QCT expired, but WIDA has agreed to extend the eligibility for Lincoln Avenue Capital for the 550 units of affordable housing. This would be a final opportunity for affordable housing here in this census tract. So once if the QCT expires and this project does not get used, then affordable housing is not possible. Next slide. So the street mapping was a result of collaboration between the Friends of Hartmeyer and the neighborhood associations. As you may recall, when this was before you, this street configuration maximized the number of affordable housing units. The preemptive rezoning to TRU2 was determined by staff, and the project is designed to speak to those requirements, such as setbacks, height, etc. Next slide. So as Colin referenced, there are a number of neighborhood plans, including the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan that address these this site. This project addresses all of the recommendations listed here, but I wanted to highlight the importance of the density, the affordable housing, open space, and of course, the new street network, which will support the future redevelopment of Oscar Mayer. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Our next registrant is Matt Haas, Horizon Drive, Verona, in support, wishing to speak, representing Lincoln Avenue Capital in Santa Monica, California. Matt, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Everyone hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Matt Haase with JSD, representing the project team as the site and landscape design professionals. Tonight, I just want to go over some of the development site layouts and more recently, some changes we've made on Lot 1. Here on this first slide, you're looking at the family building on Lot 2. Here I want to highlight the pedestrian mobility on this site, where we have a very welcoming site with a lot of street activation with the multitude of connections to both units and other access points throughout the development. Also wanted to note how we embrace the natural environment by working with the Friends of Hartmeyer, preserving that natural area, incorporating native landscaping and canopy trees really to bring that natural area back onto our side of the site, and the use of sustainable stormwater throughout both of these developments to kind of enhance that natural environment. Next slide. This slide here highlights those street activation points that I mentioned in the last slide. Here we have 27 plus points on the family building here, really to create that urban environment and that streetscape that the neighborhood plans are really looking for. Next slide, please. Here is a more in-depth look at the courtyard spaces at the family building that really promote an inclusive environment for the tenants at this development. So in the upper left-hand corner, you have the pool courtyard, upper right-hand corner, the relaxed courtyard, which is in the northeast corner of the building. And in the lower middle, you have the child's play courtyard. Both the pool and the children's play courtyards are centered on Huxley Street and really pulled out to the street frontage again to activate that urban environment. Next slide. Here, this slide, you're looking at the senior build out. And what I want to touch on here on this side is the recent changes we've made with the reimagined Port Cochere and access drive off of Huxley on the left-hand or western side of this building. All the other pedestrian mobility, exterior amenities, and embracing the natural environment really follow suit with what I talked about on lot 2. Next slide. Here again, highlighting those street activation points to create that urban environment. With this development, we have 14 on the senior building, so we have many unit access points as well as other ingress egress points on the development. Next slide. Here's that reimagined Port Cochere in response to the UDC comments and discussions with staff. Really wanted to enhance the pedestrian experience, so we incorporated a one-way drive instead of the two-way, removed the parking, and created pedestrian pathways and seating areas, really to get the activation along the street frontage to where it needed to be to respond to that neighborhood plan.
Thank you. That does conclude your available time. The next registrant is Mark Ott, West Broadway, Monona. In support, wishing to speak, representing Lincoln Avenue Capital, Santa Monica, California. Mark, you've got 3 minutes.
Great. Colin, if you can go to the next slide. Yep, there we go. Mark Ott, JLA Architects. So I'm going to focus on the family building, as we call it, first, and then Jamie will focus on the senior building. So through the design process with the Friends of Hartmeyer, neighborhood meetings, and the Alder Boss, it really became clear that a creative articulation of this building would need to be come up with to meet all the programming requirements. So a unique site like this with a 15-acre conservancy across the street and the ability to provide 302 units of affordable housing require a very unique design solution. The solution here was that rather than placing the full building face along the street for a very heavy urban feel building wall, we moved the building in and out to break down the scale and give the conservancy room to breathe, while at the same time giving more dwelling units views of the conservancy and Lake Mendota on the upper floors. Next slide. By doing this, unique design shape allowed for the maximum number of allowable affordable housing units. And the dwelling count for the 2020 qualified census tract with WHEDA is preserved by Lincoln Avenue Capital. The most special of these are the 3 and 4 bedroom units sizes, which just are not being done in affordable housing around the city currently. Next slide. The design also creates 3 private yet very publicly viewed courtyards to be used by the families. One of the more exciting courtyards is the pool, which will provide a place for families to teach and learn how to swim in an accessible location included in their rent. The courtyards act as an extension of the parkland across the street and create an enhanced pedestrian street experience different from what you may come across in the surrounding area as it redeveloped. This design and execution were very well received by the UDC and were approved, were recommended for approval. Walk-up entries have been added to the first floor where appropriate, and seating areas along the sidewalk further enhance pedestrian-friendly, aesthetically pleasing building and streetscape. Building materials the building design is a sibling building to the senior building across the street, which was have similar massing, scale, and material. The selected materials here are high-performing, durable, low maintenance with a residential feel. Through the request of the UDC informational meeting, we selected a vibrant red accent color, which is intentionally applied to the vertical elements. This is complemented by the red accents you'll see on the senior building. With that, I would turn it over to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Jamie Kelly, West Broadway, Monona. In support, wishing to speak, representing Lincoln Avenue Capital, Santa Monica, California. Jamie, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to talk a little bit about the senior building, which you can see on the left. There's an aerial photograph showing the senior building in the foreground, the family building in the background. As with the family housing, this site and building also participated in a vibrant design process, meeting with many stakeholders and incorporating many of their suggestions. This building will provide 250 affordable dwelling units for seniors. The building, as Mark mentioned earlier, is a sibling building to the family building across the street with similar massing, scale, architectural treatment, and material. If you go to the next slide, please. This looks at the entry court. The senior housing requires a unique design approach and program compared to traditional market rate housing. Particularly, the building needs to be programmed and designed for senior residents understanding how they come and go and interact. One essential element of the senior apartment is the need for porch or share for drop-off and pickup. We accomplished this by placing the center portion of the building back slightly from Huxley, which provided an entry court and also allowed this entry court to be an extension of the parkland across the street. In addition to this courtyard, we are creating 2 private courtyards on the 4th floor, which provide additional outdoor amenity spaces for the seniors. In response to feedback gained from the recent UDC meeting, we made a number of revisions and presented them to the city staff. First, as Matt mentioned earlier, we reimagined the entry court. You can see that on the right, by eliminating parking at the front drop-off, which then allowed for additional landscaping, trees, pedestrian connection, and a seating area. We also increased the height of the brick masonry at the entry, which you can see on the left in the middle image there. We added direct entry to the community room from the entry court drop-off. You go to the next slide, please. We added a number of entries at first floor where appropriate to further enhance the pedestrian-friendly, aesthetically pleasing building and streetscape design. You can see on the left image on the first floor there, we added windows along the walk-up entries. We revised the exterior cladding to be more cohesive in placement and more responsive to the neighborhood context. One of the questions, they wanted a little more vibrant colors, so we changed what was originally gold to red, and then intentionally applied that, as you can see in the right image, to these vertical elements that are framed by balconies. And then we also changed the brick color to be more red to complement the architecture. And if you can go to the next slide. One of the things that we're proposing for both buildings is that the east facade of the garage wall to be clad with a painted mural. If the commission finds this approach acceptable, we will commission an artist and bring the art design through a separate review and approval by city to the city.
That concludes your available time, Jamie. Our next registrant is Eric Olkers, Dairy Drive, Madison, in support wishing to speak, representing Lincoln Avenue, Capital, Santa Monica, California. Eric, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm with SCS Engineers. I've been helping out with the environmental aspects of this project. So if we could advance the next slide. The site has largely been filled, mostly prior to 1954. There was coal storage on the site from the 60s until the 80s for the Oscar Mayer plant. Oscar Mayer also had, as you know, a parking lot on the north end of the property and some above ground storage tanks for heating oil. The tanks were removed in 2001 and 2016. In 1989, fuel spill associated with those tanks was investigated over a span of over a decade and closed out by DNR in 2008. And then when the last tank was removed in 2016, they found some additional contamination that was investigated, and the worst of it was dug up, and that case was ready for closure with DNR until some additional data came up with the Kraft Heinz investigation of the property before they returned the property to Hartmeyer. So DNR has been made aware of all the additional investigation work that's been done, and they're on board with closure as part of the site redevelopment that we're talking about today. Next slide, please. So most recently, as part of Lincoln Avenue Capital's pre-acquisition due diligence, SCS was involved in the sampling of 7 additional monitoring wells. The drawing here shows in blue the monitoring wells that SCS installed most recently, along with historical monitoring wells that were installed for other purposes, mostly for the AST investigation, as well as soil sampling locations in yellow and geotechnical borings in orange. And this is not all the sample locations, but it gives you an idea of how they've been distributed across the site. We were looking to address potential impacts from on-site uses and also stuff coming from off-site. And based on what we presented to DNR, they are not requiring any additional investigation at this time. Next slide, please. So what we found on this property as residual from the coal storage and the oil storage and probably some of the historical filling operations is PEHs, petroleum contamination that's not particularly severe, and also a few metals, primarily arsenic. And this is typical of what we see on the isthmus. All the soil that's going to be excavated is going to be properly handled according with DNR regulations and approval. The site will ultimately be capped with buildings, pavement, and clean soil. We're not anticipating dewatering, and vapor intrusion is very unlikely based on what we've seen at the site so far, but we will incorporate preventative measures into the plans for vapor mitigation if it becomes necessary.
That concludes your available time, Eric. Our next speaker registrant is Kyle Brasser, Wilshire Boulevard, Santa Monica, in support, wishing to speak, representing Lincoln Avenue Capital, Santa Monica, California. Kyle, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the Plan Commission. My name is Kyle Brasser, and I'm a regional partner with Lincoln Avenue Capital, representing the development team this evening. And just to conclude our presentation, I want to thank the members of the Plan Commission for your time and consideration this evening. As you've heard, our team has worked on many iterations of our plans. We've incorporated input from community stakeholders throughout the process. Based on the feedback that we've received, we've given particular focus to multiple items, including activating the pedestrian realm and street frontages, incorporating activation into our family courtyards, including walk-up units and multiple points of building access and building entrances. And as we discussed today, with a particular attention to feedback recently received from UDC, we've improved our senior building entrance and porte cochere sequence with additional activation measures, which speak to the park across the street and activate the entrance near the building. And in addition, we have improved our exterior materials to be more cohesive and consistent in nature. Our development provides a transition and linkages from the Oscar Mayer building to the east and the apartment buildings to the north, providing a transition to the green space and natural areas to the west of our development site. And as a reminder, with this proposal, we are creating a family and senior development, both of which are 100% affordable. And the family development contains rare 3 and 4 bedroom units, which are not seen frequently in any type of multifamily housing, in particular affordable housing. Because we were able to preserve the qualified census tract, this is the only opportunity for an affordable housing development of this type and density to happen, not only on this site, but also in the broader neighborhood and census tract. Thank you again for your time and consideration. Our entire team is here to answer questions that arise during the remainder of this evening. Thanks.
Thank you. The next registrant is Douglas Nelson, Shasta Drive, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Douglas, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening. My name is Douglas Nelson. I am here to oppose agenda items 14, 15, and 16. I am the joining property owner to the west of this development. I am a lifelong resident of Madison's North Side, friend of Sherman Neighborhood Association, and North Side business owner. This development will affect my property more than most. But most of all, it will affect the North Side neighborhoods. Let me see if I get this right. The Hartmeier Estate sued Kraft Heinz in 2019 for contaminating the land for decades without disclosure to Hartmeier. So Kraft Heinz, not wanting to litigate, purchased the property in 2020 from Hartmeier, so they wouldn't have to clean up the soil. Kraft Heinz then, without any cleanup, put the property back on the market and received an offer from Lincoln Capital in 2021. Still, no cleanup. Lincoln Capital now wants to build up to 550 apartments on the property, still with no cleanup. I just don't get it. With every development I've done over the years, we were required by the lender to do a phase 1 environmental. If anyone was following the phase 1, then a phase 2 was required. What was following the phase 2 would be required to be remediated prior to any construction. In this case, with the known history of the parcel, a phase 2 should be completed and necessary remediation to be done. Obviously, the Hartmeier estate felt the same way. Why are we putting the cart before the horse here? Get the ground cleaned up, then look at proposals. Being a Northside resident my entire life, it is well known that this area has a very high water table. ranging from 4 to 7 feet. Dewatering will be necessary. With that being said, I am concerned with the possibility of during construction on the site that the contamination will travel to the adjacent property owners. I think every property owner within a quarter mile of this project should be concerned on how this will affect their property. I think to myself, well, I need a monitoring system on my parcel now. We're up to 9 watering stations in that area now, and we know the water is contaminated. I know when I purchased the property at 702, 722 Ruskin Street, that there's a possibility of some contamination, but not to the extent that I have from this proposed development. And now knowing what I know from the history of the Hartmeyer parcel, I probably wouldn't have bought it. The Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan should be amended to show that all lands used by the former Oscar Mayer plant have a phase 2 environmental completed prior to any submission for future development. Since the project is using local, state, and federal funds to complete this project, that we need to provide the people, being the bank, requesting to have a clean bill of health on this parcel before moving forward.
Thank you, Douglas. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Christine Elmholm, Melroy Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Christine, you have 3 minutes.
And can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Christine Elmholm. I'm a board member of the Sherman Neighborhood Association, and I'd like to clear up some misinformation from the November UDC meeting. Sherman Neighborhood Association does not and never did support the development plans at Hartmeyer the way they stand. Most conditional use requirements or the proposed buildings seem trivial to me. Architectural details, exterior color, grilling area, etc. But I think we have to focus on the big picture. For example, I am sure that there is a lack of concern by the Plan Commission about alarming soil contamination. Why build housing where known cancer-causing chemicals, including arsenic, particulates, and VOCs, are present in the soil? Why hasn't a full phase in 1 environmental study being done? Sherman Neighborhood Association demands a complete, not a superficial, phase 1 study, followed by a complete phase 2 study. The developer assured the neighborhood association that underground parking would not be built to prevent soil disturbance. Now, multiple references to underground parking show up in the staff report. If that's true, we are opposed to underground parking and feel deceived. The proposal lacks regard for OMSAP priorities, and here are 2. Quote, creating a resilient environment that adapts to the changing climate and reducing carbon emissions to ensure a sustainable future for generations to come, end quote. The wetland is key to fighting climate change. And why have 800 parking stalls be approved when the city advocates public transportation over driving? I don't understand. Quote, from OMSAP, to address racial justice and social equity during the OMSAP redevelopment process, which must include assessing and preventing human exposure to toxic chemicals at the site and or released from the site among all people, and particularly at-risk low-income people and people of color, end quote. To me, that says it all, and I am speaking and advocating for low-income people and seniors. Also, please remember item 1, section 28.1836 of the Plan Commission approved Plan Commission.
Thank you, Christine. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Paul Nolander, Kensington. Drive, Maple Bluff, Wisconsin, in support and wishing to speak, with representing Friends of Hartmeyer Natural Area. Paul, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Liddell, and thank you, Plan Commission and the developer representation here, looking at all the issues. I'm Paul Milner, Chair of Friends of Hartmeyer Natural Area, speaking on behalf of myself and of the board. We support this development proposal as the best outcome we can help achieve for preserving the wetland while also supporting equitable access to housing and equitable access to nearby nature. While no development would be ideal, we have worked long and hard with community partners, elders, city staff, and the developer to achieve what we believe is the best outcome available. If development is to occur in this area, building higher is better than covering more open space. The proposed low-income, dense footprint housing proposal minimizes the housing impacts on the natural area, reduces new streets and runoff to a minimum, builds above grade and avoids groundwater dewatering, and provides a neighborhood accessible playground and community meeting room within the development so it doesn't have to come out of park space, and a community walk bike path. It saves the whole wetland boundary with some setback and upland. The old oak opening, the mature tree lines, and the Harp-C Regional Planning Commission mapped environmental corridor. The Common Council has approved zoning the 15 acres park as a CN conservation nature park to prioritize sustaining the ecosystem. I am also the lead volunteer coordinator for Madison Fund, Friends of Urban Nature, a partnership of Parks Community Environmental Friends Parks groups with a shared mission to help connect communities and kids with nearby urban nature. Access to nearby nature has major health, development, and social benefits for people in the community, as well as for our natural friends, of course. I'm happy personally that low-income families and seniors will have some beautiful nature right next door to enjoy in the middle of Madison, and look forward to working with Madison Parks, the Friends of Hartmeyer Natural Area, and the developer to engage families, kids, and seniors in nature activities and restoration of the Conservation Nature Park. In summary, this developer has worked with Friends of Hartmeyer, the neighborhood groups and businesses in Madison, alders, and city staff to help save more acres with fewer streets and provide much needed low-income housing as approved by the Common Council. Please vote yes on agenda items 15 and 16. I do also share concerns that others are raising and support, making sure environmental contamination is fully assessed and addressed as development proceeds. And make sure the community, this is more for the city, the community bike path, walk path along the edge of the park connects with city walk and bike paths at Demetral and Aberg and the adjacent wildlife corridors to provide access for wildlife, butterflies, and other things that need those natural connections, as well as for the wonderful human benefits of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Our next registrant is Barb Nolander, Kensington Drive, Madison, in support, wishing to speak. Barb, you have 3 minutes.
Yep. Is she there? Hey, Barb?
Barb? Is there a Barb Nolander registered, Jesse?
There is one registered. I'm not seeing one in the attendees list.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll, if she shows up on the attendee list, we'll come back to her. The next registrant is Beth Slews, Nova Way, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Beth, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Please deny approval of items 14 through 16. Historically, this land has been zoned within a wetland overlay district. This proposal does not further the purposes of the wetland overlay district, and it is not in keeping with the rules related to what is allowable within an environmental corridor, which is based on the wetland delineation that was done in 2019. I'm asking that all the windows, if this project goes forward, would be bird glass. Madison has a robust bird glass resolution, and my request is that not just some of the windows, but all windows are bird glass. I was disappointed to see that with all the roof space you have you're not considering any solar power for the facilities. If you provided solar power, you might help provide a mechanism for your low-income tenants to reduce their overall utility bills and also provide solar power for charging the EVs. A city report shows that this area is a previously determined indigenous burial site area. To date, no field survey has been conducted with ground penetrating radar to determine any human remains or artifacts that may be in the area yet. No disruption of this land should occur until a thorough investigation is completed by the Ho-Chunk Nation in collaboration with the State Historic Society. This is sacred ground. Conditional use should not be detrimental or endanger public health and safety or general welfare. This property has known carcinogen contaminants in the subsurface soil and groundwater, as well as elevated levels of heavy metals in the surface soils. To date, neither a complete phase 1 or conclusive phase 2 study has been conducted. In other areas of the city where it was known that an industrial site was going to be used for housing, the city obtained a US EPA grant to conduct an environmental assessment prior to any construction. City staff even have recommended that the city were to acquire the 15 acres of land for a park, it would require environmental assessments. It will allow us to fund an investigation of the area's legacy contamination in an effort to promote safe and sustainable redevelopment. The DHS recently completed an assessment for the OMSAP area, but it was based on industrial standards and not residential standards. However, Senator Agard and Representatives Baldan Hong will be requesting that DHS consider a revised assessment based on residential standards. This plan does not meet the goals of the special area plan by providing missing middle housing. It encourages car use at a point in time when the city is looking to require fewer cars in our city and encouraging the use of public buses and future trains. This does not expand ownership opportunities with a mix of housing. While housing for the elderly is being proposed, it's in an area that is contaminated post-industrial site and not walkable to nearby grocery store or other senior required amenities. Recent changes to the only bus route to the only North Side General Grocery Store will make it harder on the elderly and working poor families, as the new route runs weekdays once every hour. No bus service for weekend shoppers. We have failed in.
Thank you, Beth. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Jennifer Arglander, Erie Court, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Jennifer, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jennifer, and I'm from the Sherman Neighborhood Association. I'm requesting that items 14, 15, and 16 be referred until a phase 2 environmental assessment and material management plan is completed before any building is approved and soil disturbed, which the SNA has also officially requested. I also want to point out that we have no alder to represent us tonight. OMSAT states that any development process must include assessing and preventing human exposures to toxic chemicals at the site and or release from the site. Since the development of the Oscar Mayer plan, we all knew this land was contaminated. We all knew that. But the city has refused to take this seriously or has just downplayed it. We're now at the 11th hour and it's still being downplayed. The city is here to serve and protect all its residents from dangers, especially health ones. And yet, the only thing that is pushed is build, build, build on any land you can find, regardless of the condition of the land or the area next to it. We have met repeatedly on the design of the overly large buildings, too many parking spaces, the impact on the wetland, and an unnecessary road, but we have never had the critical discussion of the contamination. Is the land safe for people of all ages and vulnerabilities to live on? It is our duty as leaders and community members to ensure that the health of future residents of this land is protected from the toxins in the site's soil and groundwater. Before any ground is broken and plans move ahead, we must know whether the land is safe. This project fails to meet the very first conditional use standard without having done a phase 2 assessment. Condition 1 is establishment, maintenance, and operation of the conditional use will not be detrimental or endanger public health, safety, and general welfare. Plan Commission, as an independent body, please refer this project until the first standard is met and require a phase 2 assessment be done. Nothing should be built on any of the Hartmeyer land without a thorough phase 1 and phase 2 environmental assessment being completed. It is time to do the right thing. Please refer this project.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our next registrant is Victor Taniolo, Ford Street, Madison, support and wishing to speak. Victor, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Liddell. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so I live about a half a mile south of the site, and I just wanted to register support. I wanted to thank the development team for their presentation tonight, especially Eric. And I absolutely wanted to thank former Alder Abbas and Paul and the rest of the Hartmeyer, the friends of the Hartmeyer property, for coming together with a great compromise for preserving the wetland while maintaining, obviously, the density that is needed to support affordable housing in Madison. And I'll see the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you very much. The next registrant is Marcia Cannon, Cherokee Circle, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Marcia, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Marcia Cannon. I'm a Northside resident and have lived in Madison since 1968. I oppose conditional use authorization for property at 2007 Ross Street. Why? Because the project is not ready for approval. Madison definitely needs more affordable housing, but the proposed location is just plain wrong. We might feel honored to receive a proposal from Lincoln Avenue Capital. They've done some good work rehabbing existing aged affordable housing developments nationwide. But ground up construction is new to them, according to the research I've been able to accomplish online. They're just beginning to gain experience with site selection. In this case, I think they've made a mistake. They want you to okay a 550 unit ground up affordable housing project on hydric soil adjacent to an active wetland. Going ahead with major residential construction on contaminated hydric soil mere feet from an active wetland is wrong for the environment and wrong for the neighborhood. The developer has failed to meet all of the standards required for approval by Madison Zoning Code Section 28.123, as you have heard. Standard 1, conditional use will not be detrimental to or endanger public health, safety, or general welfare. You've heard the reasons why thorough environmental analysis needs to be completed. Standard 3 requires uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner. Because they don't meet this standard, because neighbors are telling you they value the wildlife, understand the wetlands' role in receiving and filtering runoff, and that the proposed development will substantially impair their enjoyment and the community's use of the property. I urge you to either refer, deny, or place on file without prejudice the application for conditional use before you. It just is not ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. That concludes the people who want to speak. Let me.
Chair Sellers?
Yes.
I'm sorry, there was one late registrant wishing to speak.
Okay.
Will Oshowitz of East Gorham Street in support.
Okay.
Hi
so,
there.
Yeah, Will, you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to speak in support of this project. It's 100% affordable housing. The developer has started doing their due diligence in investigating the environmental contamination on the site. It's certainly not the perfect project or the perfect plan. It probably has too much parking, but I would not request, I wouldn't advocate for the Plan Commission to shoot down 100% affordable project because it has too much parking. I don't really have that much more to say. I think Plan Commission knows, everyone knows that we need affordable housing. This seems like a good project, and it's never going to come to the area if it gets denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Okay, we have some people who registered not wishing to speak but available to answer questions. Kevin McDonald, Santa Monica in support, representing Wilshire, Lincoln Avenue Capital. Michael Siniscali, Horizon Drive, Verona, support, representing JSD Professional Services. Joan Bell Call, Esh Lane, Madison opposed, representing LED Environmental Nature Wildlife Group. Let's see if there's any more here. That is it. Are there, Jesse?
Chair, yeah, I noticed earlier we had Paul talk, and then Beth was going to Beth wasn't in attendance, but they're listed at the same address. So would you mind if we just asked Paul if Beth was there?
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Paul, can you hear us?
Oh, that's Barb, and
Barb, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she's comfortable not speaking, available for question, I guess.
Perfect.
Okay, thanks you.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Jesse. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Alder Curry.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for, I hope I'm saying the last name right, Mr. Nodler, Paul?
Nolander?
Nolander, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi, thank you. What's the...
Paul. Thanks for being here with us. I recognize you and your wife's name, and just wanted to take note of, to me, a change in your perspective of this project, and just wanted to give you a little bit more time to elaborate on that.
Oh, I guess I would love to save all 30 acres if we could, and we worked very hard to try to find the right trust or parks or other solution. And I'm a pragmatist. My number one priority is saving a sustainable wetland and connecting the community with nature. I think equitable access to nature is very important. I did 2 outings this last weekend. I'll be leading a kids' nature activity at Warner Park on Wednesday. Access to nearby nature, I'm passionate about saving urban nature. So if development is to occur, and I believe that's about the only thing that's going to make this all happen here, some development, I like what I've seen so far as a compromise that was actually initiated with help from the developer to actually minimize the number of streets more than originally proposed by planning. Bless their hearts, but I really saw more value in the wetland, I think, than some people did. And the developer and Alder Abbas helped to make that happen, and the Common Council agreed, and I thank you all for that. So does that help address your question there? I still share concerns that others have, but I don't want to see this one shot down for that reason, much like, ideally less parking, et cetera. I think that due diligence on environmental things are very important. And I think that they're on the line. If somebody gets sick, they don't want to be sued any more than anybody. So I hope they're paying attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any further questions, Alder Curry?
I'm complete. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Question, I think probably for the development team or the environmental consultant.
I don't know what I stayed on to answer your question.
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember because we had so many speakers.
So perhaps Matt Haas could direct us to the best person to answer your question. So if you could unmute him, and your question is?
So I wanted to follow up on a lot of the questions raised about the environmental conditions on the site. And I've done a lot of work on contaminated sites, and in my experience, in addition to the city asking for additional documentation along the line, which it seems like we have added in the conditions here, really the lender and investor, if necessary, will also require a significant amount of documentation, both before construction starts and then to receive additional funding when the project is complete. So I just wanted to confirm if that was the case here, what feedback you have received from financial partners on the project and what you expect to complete and provide to those partners along the way.
Matt, can you answer that? Or if not, who would be the best person on the team to respond?
Yeah, I think either Kyle Brasser or Kevin McDonald from Lincoln Avenue would probably be able to best address that question. Eric Olkers from SES is our environmental representative, if there's any details. But I think the question that was asked was more related to investors and that sort of thing, which the developer should be.
Let's try Kevin, and if he wants to refer on, he can do that. Kevin McDonald?
Or I see Kyle on too.
Oh, Kyle's on? Okay,
yeah,
Kyle.
Kyle's here. I'm unmuted. Thanks. We can, I think I can take this question. So thank you for the question. So I think it was kind of a little bit of a multi-pronged question, but I guess for starters, there were some insinuations during some of the public comment that, not much environmental investigation has been done. And I would look to Eric Olkers to sort of quantify, but we have done a considerable amount of testing, both ourselves and groups before us. There's a lot of data out about the site already that we have and have aggregated, and we've been working with the WDNR on our materials management plan. At this point, we believe that we have all of the testing done that we need. And for our financial partners, that will be a condition of our closing to confirm that all of our financial partners are satisfied with the results that we have. But we believe we have the testing already completed that we need. And you're right, there will be scrutiny by financial partners as well on the environmental information.
Okay, thank you. I think that's the only question I have for now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, one of the speakers stated that the environmental assessment was based on industrial standards, and this is a residential project, and those standards are much higher, which I know they are. Could someone on the development team respond to that?
Let's go to Matt Haas again to refer us to who might be the best one on the team. You've got a lot of team members. Oh, Bryn? Okay. Your staff, and we're talking right now to registrants. So
this is Kyle. I got unmuted again. I would like to tap Eric Olkers with SCS on this. Excellent. If Eric is available to answer this question.
Eric? Could we unmute Eric, please? Jesse? Jesse? Technical facilitator, hello? Heather, do you know?
I have just been made host, and I will see what I can do.
Okay.
Apologies.
All right, can you hear me now?
I'm back.
Yes.
Sorry, I got booted.
Okay. Okay, Eric, did you hear the question, Eric?
I did. So I
Okay.
think the question, if you can hear me, I think the question
Yes.
is referring to an assessment that was done by Wisconsin DHS of the property as part of the neighborhood plan. And at the time they did their assessment, I believe the property was zoned for industrial use. So they applied industrial standards for that assessment.
Yes.
That is completely independent of what we're working on with DNR in terms of the property redevelopment. DNR is well aware that the property is going to be redeveloped for residential use, and residential cleanup standards are being applied to any evaluation of whether contamination is a concern or not. So, that's not to say that you couldn't ask for DHS to redo that assessment, but DNR is already proceeding along the lines of this being a residential redevelopment.
Okay.
So I could go on some length about all this, but just in order to keep it short, that's I think the most distinct answer to that particular question.
Okay, thank you. One other question, and this is probably for the architect. Another speaker indicated that there is at least one level of underground parking. And I was assuming that this development is all on slab on grade. So could someone from the development team speak to that?
Can you hear me, Kyle Brasser?
Yes.
Unmuted? I'm not sure where that comment came from. We are slab on grade or above.
Yeah.
There's no underground parking.
That's what I was assuming too. And
I heard
reading
the
the
comments.
report.
I don't know why that was made. It's not accurate.
Okay. Well, there's always some inaccurate statements made. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Any further questions, Commissioner
No,
Cantrell?
no.
Okay. Commissioner Shepherd.
Hi, yeah, if the team can respond to two questions that were brought up. One was the appropriateness of bird glass on once again on the development. If you could address that, and then the second issue that was brought up was efforts at going green. Once again, environmental elements that may be incorporated in the building. So, if someone can talk about those two, again, possibility of bird glass, and if there are any sort of green environmental efforts being made with the development.
Yeah, I can take that one. So in terms of the bird glass, we are meeting all the bird glass standards for the city. And then in terms of going green, the development was actually awarded an energy and innovation grant from the state that I probably brought up at one of the earlier meetings. And as part of that energy and innovation grant, we are studying the development and the design to be a case study, hopefully for the entire state, as to how to maximize energy efficiency and renewable energy in developments just like this. I know that someone mentioned that they didn't see solar panels. We are working with our consultants in terms of how we can best utilize solar panels, and we're studying systems such as electric heat pumps to really have the most energy efficient heating systems and design for the building, while still making it financially feasible.
So then these are still sort of in the works, in development, you're saying?
Correct. So, at this point, we're in, kind of the design to development phase. We're a little bit more conceptual. So once, after this step, we'll begin working with our architects, Mark and Jamie, who spoke earlier, to finalize through construction plans. And so at that point, we'll be able to start studying the specific, HVAC systems and those types of things, and start studying how much energy each of the units are going to need and things like that. So we can also pair that up with how many solar panels the development will need.
Right. And just to clarify on the bird glass, you said that's something that you're working with the city on right now? Just to be clear.
Correct. I mean, we are planning to meet all of the City of Madison's bird glass standards, and Mark Ott could speak a little bit more specifically to that.
And, I think that's a condition too, that they meet that.
Yeah. Yeah. So the city has a requirement based on the height from the ground and then the size of the panels of glass. So in our submittal packet, I think it's pretty far towards the back. There is a diagram of the bird glass, what panels will be bird glass to meet the ordinance. So as Kevin said, yes, we are going to have bird glass in the areas per the city current adopted ordinance.
Thank you.
Are there further questions of any of our registrants? Further questions of our registrants? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? And we do have a person here, Bryn Bemis from City Engineering, hydrologist, as well as Colin Punt and Heather, who can answer questions. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I do have a question for Bryn. Thanks for being here, Bryn. And I kind of, since I've lived in the Cap East area for the last, since I moved to Madison and have witnessed all of the development down here, we heard comments from the development team about this being analogous to the Cap East location in terms of both contamination and mitigation. Can you give your opinion on that? Is it kind of an analogous situation?
Definitely. If anything, this is cleaner than what we're finding on Cap East. Cap East was a wetland that was, much of it was filled in the late 1800s with 4 or 5 feet of boiler slag, cinders, coal ash, things like that. It does look like this area, Partmeyer, was a much larger wetland and was filled in more recently, but it seems like there's less fill before you hit the original wetland peat soil. I think also many of the downtown developments had more complicated contamination, more significant contamination than what we see here.
Okay, thanks. And just one more question. It makes sense to me that when you're doing slab on grade construction on top of this type of contamination, that your ability to cap things seems something that folks have done and is probably quite doable. I do think about this, the bare soil, though. I mean, I think I read maybe that a foot of fresh soil will be used to cap any contaminated soil in the non-covered areas. And that is that standard? Honestly, it doesn't seem like very much.
It is. I mean, sometimes it's 2 feet. This is pretty minor when you look at relative redevelopment brownfield sites around Madison. And I should say that, capping of green space is a very standard practice in Madison. Almost every downtown park is a former landfill that has all been capped. Reynolds Park, Burr Jones, the new McPike Park, that was a much more recent project. But there are a lot of downtown urban green space projects that have been remediated through capping.
Okay, that's interesting, I guess I'll say. Thanks for the information. Those are my questions.
Are there other questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
Can staff speak to some of the police concerns that were raised by the captain in the North District regarding the potential development here?
Colin, is that something you can? Oh no, Heather.
I think Heather wants to take that.
Okay. Yeah, Heather.
Sure, I can try to take that one. And so we did receive some comments from MPD just to staff today, and those are on the record, that they are concerned about increased calls for service in this area based on some of the new residential development already in the area, just to the north. You know, I think this is something that the commission needs to really think about on balance. We need to step back and think big picture about the Oscar Mayer area, the whole 90-acre site basically being a plan adopted for it recently for a complete transition of the property from, you know, being a major employer and surrounded by industrial uses to really a vibrant mixed use extension of downtown in some ways, located really close to the center of the city, a place where we're expecting literally a few thousand new housing units, and our plans support that. So it's a little concerning to have the internal tension when we're experiencing so much growth. We certainly acknowledge the expertise of MPD and acknowledge that there probably would be increased calls for service here just due to the fact that there would be hundreds of new residents where before there hadn't been residents. But I think on balance, this is very consistent with adopted plans, the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan, the Comp Plan. We want a large proportion of our growth as a city to happen near transit. Again, this is quite a central location, has a lot of amenities in the surrounding area, and can really be a catalytic project. And so I think the commission needs to consider those comments on balance.
Okay. My other question is, do we have any timetable for the extension of, I guess, Huxley through to the next street connection? I forget what that street name is.
I can take that one. The developer would have to enter into a development agreement with the city to design, and then they would build Huxley Street as part of the project. There's also the stub of Coolidge going to the east. That the plan is that will eventually cross the railroad tracks, but as you know, railroad crossings are difficult to get approved, and so that one may take a little bit longer. But the street should be constructed with the rest of the development proposal.
But the street connection from this point of the development south to the next street,
commercial.
Yep. We don't have development proposals along that stretch yet, and we have, I think, one intervening property that actually has a building on it. So, but I'm assuming the city doesn't have any time frame for that area to be for that street to be extended.
It's actually a mix of existing right of way and part of the General Hartmeyer property. Some of the adjacent property owners and their lessees are kind of creeping onto the Hartmeyer property.
Okay.
As assuming this proposal is approved, the Conservancy Park parcel would go to the city, and then our economic development staff would work with the users that are already on that site and kind of get that cleaned up, and then move forward with the street connection.
Okay, thank you.
Does that conclude your questions?
Yes, that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I would be looking for a motion. And this would be on the approving the certified survey map. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I will recommend that the Plan Commission forward the certified survey map to the Common Council with a recommendation to approve.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
No, this is consistent with our neighborhood plan, so that's why I'm recommending it be supported. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments about the motion input? Seeing none, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. And now for Legistar 74056, consideration of conditional use. Do we have a motion? Commissioner Cantrell.
Can I make a motion on both buildings, or do you want each lot separately?
I think we want each one separately, please.
Okay. I'll do lot one then. Recommend that the Plan Commission find that the standards for the conditional use are met for lot one, subject to the conditions from the review agencies.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Seconded by Alder Curry. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
Yeah, this is for the senior housing project. And there were a lot of issues raised in both of these developments regarding the environmental issues. And the environmental issues will have to be addressed for the review agencies. We've put conditions on the approval on that, on the lending agencies. In order to get any type of federal funding, they must apply or submit detailed environmental analysis. So I think those concerns will be addressed. Obviously, we don't want contaminated soil with residential development projects. This provides housing as planned for the Oscar Mayer development. It's very consistent with their plan. I think the architecture, I think they've improved it. I know the urban design was concerned about this building, but I think it's much improved from what the urban design reviewed. So I think that this is an incremental piece, the first piece of the Oscar Mayer development. And this is a plan that we worked on for many actually years. And I think this is the first piece, and it's a good piece to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments or input? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. And now agenda item 16, Legistar 74721, looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I'm going to recommend that the Plan Commission find the standards for the conditional use are met for lot 2, subject to the conditions from the review agencies.
And is there a second? Seconded by Alder Paulson. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Just briefly again, this is consistent with our plan here. It's providing affordable housing. And this is exactly what the city has been trying to do ever since I've been on the commission for almost 12 years now. And they've done an excellent job. And this is providing 500 units. And obviously some of the streets are stubbed at this point, but the overall plan extends those. And this is going to be a neighborhood. And I think that we have to view it as an incremental. So that's why I'm supporting. I think it's a good development, and I look forward to seeing it completed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Alder Paulson.
Yeah. I mean, the architecture is a little lame. It's better than building one, but it's got 3-bedroom affordable apartments. It's got 4-bedroom affordable units. I mean, this is unheard of, and so it's really important. The thing that I would maybe recommend, and I'm not sure I would want to attach conditions on this, but it would be, I think, useful to set aside some space in the building for some potential future programming, for some on-site services. I think we might wind up needing it. There's just a lot going on here, and so we might want to have some flexibility in the future to be able to do something with some partners. And so I would encourage the development team to think about that a little bit. There's maybe some first floor reconfiguration you could do, because I think we may want to have that, and I think it might help MPD feel a little more comfortable to have some more partners on site. And I don't know exactly how we would do that, but it's something I think we should think about. But I think this housing is so importantly needed, and so I'm excited to see this happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder Paulson. Alder Bennett.
Yep. I just wanted.
Alder Bennett, you cut off there. You're breaking up. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but you're not coming through.
Hear me now?
Let's give it a try. No, we are not hearing you. Anybody else on this motion? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, now moving on to the next agenda item we have to consider. Agenda item 26, Legistar 74680, amending sections of Chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinances to change land use approval expirations and extensions. And we do not have a presentation. I just wanted to see, there's no registrants. I believe that we have a recommendation from Alder Heck in regard to this item. Yes, Alder Heck. Oops.
Yes, thank you. I'm frankly very tired, so I don't know if I'm going to get this right. I'm kind of exhausted after all of this. This item, if you read the short little staff memo, is to extend approvals for both conditional uses and variances determined by the Zoning Board of Appeals, as well as extending plan development approvals. And I am one of the sponsors. And in conversation with some folks, it was suggested that we might want to, especially with regard to the extensions related to conditional uses and variances, go ahead and extend that to 2 years from the current 1 year, because it's very difficult these days sometimes to get projects going right away. And the original proposal is to add a possibility of 2-year extensions on top of that original 2 year. And I would like to put in a substitute that would allow that extension only for 1 more year. For plan developments, 5 years is fine, which is what's being proposed, and that follows state law. But for conditional uses and variances, I'd like to just lessen those possible extensions to 1 additional year, if that.
And is that a motion for that substitute?
Yes, sorry, it's a long-winded one.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? seconded by Commissioner Cantrell. Did you have anything further you wanted to say about your motion, Alder Heck?
Yes, just briefly. The reason for this is because alders certainly and staff can agree to extensions, but I think the possibility of conditions of a neighborhood, let's say around a development over a 3-year or 4-year period, have the opportunity to change. And it's worth looking at again after 3 years. It's still an improvement. I think the biggest improvement is the 2-year component initially. And this way, it'll provide an ability for perhaps Plan Commission. I anticipate it will rarely happen that it will go beyond 3 years. But the idea is that we judge the impacts on the adjacent neighborhood, and they do evolve over the course of 3 years. So it might be good to take a fresh look at those.
Thank you. Any other comments about this before we come to a vote? Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to this?
No, I agree with Alder Heck on this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote, and this is on the alternate substitute brought forward by Alder Heck. And I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Now we are on to agenda item 27, Legistar 74703, amending sections within Chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinances to implement the new transit-oriented development overlay district. And we will first hear from Ben Zellers.
Thank you, Chair. I will go ahead and share my screen. The short 2-hour presentation here this evening. Just kidding, that will only be hopefully 10 minutes or so. So I'm really just going to be focusing on the ordinance itself. We've visited the Plan Commission many, many times, so I know you all have the background going into this discussion. So the proposal as introduced at Council on November 22nd was for this area shown in purple shading to be included in the TOD overlay zoning district area. This is about 14% of the city's land area and does not include historic districts, local or national, the UW campus or the downtown. Then as part of the referral process, the ordinance visited the Transportation Policy and Planning Board on December 5th. After their discussion, they recommended unanimously to Plan Commission and Council to include both local and national historic districts within a 1/4 mile of high frequency transit in the TOD overlay area. And so this summary map here shows what those areas would be, with the national shown in blue, the local shown in orange. And then there's some further information that was included in your packet, kind of a supplemental memo, and then also detailed parcel maps that go along with this alternate, if the Plan Commission would choose at the end of the evening to proceed with this alternate. But just wanted to kind of dive in then to the text portion of the TOD overlay proposal. I really have it split into 5 different sections shown here, and we'll go through those one by one and really touch on a summary of each of these, and then kind of for each of these what has changed since the Plan Commission last discussed this in August. So the first component to TOD overlay is that it includes residential dwelling unit bonuses. So as you know, the approach to that is to take the next increment in residential intensity and allow that as a permitted use in the TOD overlay zoning district. And that goes for all districts that allow residential as a permitted use right now. So that can be residential or mixed use zoning districts. So for example, Single-family lots would now, under TOD overlay, if it falls within that area, allow a duplex to be developed. Lots such as or lots that are zoned as SRV2, as another example, currently permitted for up to 24 dwelling units, would under TOD overlay be allowed up to 36 dwelling units as a permitted use. And then as another example, TSS zoning currently allows up to 48 dwelling units as a permitted use. Under TOD overlay, that would be up to 60 units as a permitted use. So that approach is taken for other zoning districts as well that currently allow residential as permitted use. And then in addition to that, TE zoning currently only allows residential uses as a conditional use, but under TOD overlay, up to 24 dwelling units in mixed use buildings would be allowed as a permitted use. And really the TE zoning within this TOD overlay is focused along East Washington Avenue. And as you know, many of those projects are over 24 dwelling units. And so if a larger project were to be proposed, that would still require a conditional use permit to be secured. As far as changes from from previous Plan Commission meetings with the text that has been presented and introduced at Council, dwelling units in mixed-use buildings allowed as a permitted use in TE have been reduced from 36 to 24 to align with an existing threshold for dwelling units in mixed-use buildings. Dwelling units in mixed-use buildings allowed as a permitted use in NMX zoning have increased from 36 to 48 to align with an existing threshold. Then the requirement for meeting minimum lot area to add additional units or add an additional unit in single family districts in TRC4 district is not included in this current version. Second summary section is for building height bonuses. SRV2, TRV2, NMX, and TSS would be allowed up to 4-story maximum height as a permitted use. Currently the max is 3. TRU2 would go from 4 to 5 in the TOD overlay zoning district. Maximum height as a permitted use. CC would go from 5 to 6. Maximum height as a permitted use in TOD. And then RMX, which currently is only mapped in the Oscar Mayer area, but we're certainly looking to continue to use that district in appropriate places, would go from 5 to 8 maximum number of stories as a permitted use within TOD overlay. In general, and this is not 100% of parcels throughout TOD, but in general, this brings zoning closer into compliance with plans that have been adopted over the past 15 or so years. Changes from previous Plan Commission meetings. The height bonus for SC zoning has been eliminated in this current version, as most of the relevant property is recommended for a 5-story maximum in recently adopted plans for SC zoned land. Site standards for buildings. There are now maximum setbacks for principal buildings in TOD overlay. The requirements for building entrance orientation towards major public streets or streets in general. Then there are also requirements for a minimum height of 2 stories in multifamily, mixed-use, commercial, and employment districts, with a handful of limited exceptions that are shown in the overall memo. Things such as transit stations, greenhouses, community centers. That does not include convenience stores. Those would need to be 2 stories in the TOD overlay if they are constructed brand new. Some changes for site standards for buildings from previous Plan Commission meetings. The setback requirement. There's previously a maximum setback of 20 feet. Now there's a percentage of the building facade that must be within 20 feet. And that's kind of as a result of further reviewing some case studies and thinking that more flexibility is needed. I just note for that, the incentive will still probably be for more than 30% of buildings to be within that maximum setback because no automobile infrastructure can be between buildings in the street. The exceptions to the 2-story building height minimum, as I mentioned, greenhouse, nursery, place of worship, public safety, service facilities, recreation, community centers, and transit stations. Then usable open space previously could be met as 100% structured within TOD overlay. Now UOS requirements have been eliminated, not included in TOD overlay. And just wanted to touch on that in a little bit more detail. This is why the current proposal does not include usable open space in TOD. It tends not to accomplish what is, I think, usually envisioned when we talk about usable open space. Oftentimes in more dense areas of the city, parking lot islands sometimes are used or often are used to meet the usable open space requirements. If we do allow for usable open space, we would need to accept ground level usable open space, those parking lot islands, if we accepted structured usable open space to meet the requirement. This can be somewhat of a density killer in infill areas for certain projects. And then somewhat of a suburban approach to require each parcel to meet usable open space rather than have quality public space for everybody. And we certainly in the city of Madison have a park system that's among the top park systems in the country. And just to provide an example, really an existing property that could potentially add residential units on the existing second floor. But because of usable open space requirements, they would need to rip out, I believe, some parking and a cross access easement, which is not really feasible. So they're kind of stuck in current requirements with their current configuration as far as the uses within the building. Under TOD overlay, that would open up opportunities for not only new redevelopment, but also existing development to be converted to include more uses. Site standards for automobile infrastructure. Auto-oriented uses will be subject to design-based regulations to limit impacts. Parking, loading, drive aisles, gas pumps would not be able to be located between the building and the street. Drive-throughs must be located under the building, as are currently required for TSS zoning, and as we've seen a handful of examples of already. Then parking structures would need to be aligned with active ground floor uses. And these requirements are not including any substantial changes from previous overviews to Plan Commission. Finally, parking and loading standards. This is not within the TOD section itself in the zoning ordinance. Rather, we integrated it into the parking portion of the zoning ordinance. But there is now a proposed TOD overlay column that would decrease automobile parking maximums with no exceptions. No minimum automobile parking standards within TOD overlay, and then the adequacy of the amount of automobile parking would no longer be able to be considered as a standard for conditional uses when no minimum parking is required. So that would certainly be in place for TOD overlay. There are a handful of other zoning districts that would impact as well. So changes from previous PC meetings. There are minor tweaks to maximum parking requirements that we had shown in previous PC meetings. And then we're not showing a conditional use to exceed maximum parking requirements. So wrapping up with my summary, the approval process, this was introduced at Common Council on November 22nd, referred to TPPB, as I mentioned before, where they recommended historic districts within a quarter mile of high frequency transit be included within the TOD overlay area. I would also mention that there was, I guess, somewhat informal discussion at the Landmarks Commission earlier this evening. It was not a formal referral to them, but it was on their agenda. They didn't really come to consensus on the historic district question as far as inclusion of national and or local within the TOD overlay. So there's no formal vote that was taken as part of that meeting. Much like the Plan Commission hadn't necessarily come to consensus in previous discussions, Landmarks did not come to consensus either. And then January 3rd, Common Council currently slated for consideration of adoption. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the Commission for public hearing, and I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you, Ben. We do have several registrants. The first, I will open the public hearing. The first registrant is David Braun, South Hill Drive, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. David, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. I thought I'd have to go to bed before I got a chance to talk. No, I'm just kidding. So my comment, thank you to the commission for allowing me to speak. My general comment in opposition is I feel there hasn't been a good communication with the impacted homeowners. I received no notice that this was going to Common Council on November 22nd, and my individual lot is part of the overlay district. I feel like there was a lack of communication with the neighborhood in general. I spoke with several of my neighbors who also had no idea this was on the docket. Feels like it's being rushed through. I don't understand the sense of rushing this through for approval. I feel like we need a little bit more time to discuss the proposed zoning ordinance change. In reviewing the maps, I can only really speak to map 2. I kind of looked at a high level across the city, but map 2 is the immediate neighborhood that impacts myself. Confused why Gardner Park would be included. I think, Ben, you just referenced the strength of our city parks. Don't understand why that would be included in the zoning change. Would like some clarification from the Plan Commission around that. Curious if the DNR has been consulted with that, if the Board of Regents have been consulted with that, given they quitclaim deeded the land to the city originally, as well as the inclusion of the historic neighborhood district from November 22nd to now is quite concerning without consultation with the neighbors impacted. So thank you to the commission. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, David. The next registrant is Michael Lawton, South Eau Claire Avenue, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak, representing the Hill Farms Neighborhood Association.
Thank you. I'm the chair of the Hill Farms Association Planning Committee. I've been a resident of Hill Farms since 1985. I'm speaking in opposition to the second substitute ordinance, which is the one that brings the National Register and local historic districts into the ordinance. The earlier versions did not. A couple of things I wanted to point out because I've been able to speak previously on some of the policy issues, but on the question of the National Register districts and their relation to Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, we are a consulting party as a neighborhood association. Under the act, we participated in the process with the Federal Transit Administration and the other agencies last year and earlier this year. In the letter dated January 24th from the FTA to the State Historical Society, it states the project team identified potential indirect effects related to the city's transit-oriented development zoning effort, which could impact historic properties in the vicinity of station areas. The project team and city staff are recommending that any TOD zoning exclude local and NRHP listed, that would be us, historic districts from the zoning overlay. If, however, the TOD overlay includes historic districts, Federal Transit Administration may need to reassess the project APE, that's the BRT project, and the assessment of effects if development in proximity to historic properties is identified. Further discussion is provided in the report. And then later in March of this year, the Historic Preservation official at the FTA wrote a email to everybody, including myself, that pointed out that the FTA makes its decisions based on these representations that are made, and any departure from the assumptions of the design described in the categorical exclusion will require a reevaluation of FTA's decision in accordance with 23 CFR 771-129, and the city of Madison would be required to coordinate with FTA to determine whether additional consultation with consulting parties under Section 106 would be required. I won't read all the rest of it, but you got the gist of that, that there's a problem with the representations were made by city staff that there would not be any TOD, and that was accepted by the federal agencies and accepted by our neighborhood. And now there's a proposal to bring us into this TOD ordinance, which is in direct conflict with all the assumptions were made by the staff and the federal agencies on this issue. So for for that reason, among all the other things that have come up, we certainly oppose substitute 2. I would also point out that this issue was looked into in 2016 when the neighborhood plan for Hill Farms was considered.
Michael, that concludes your available time. Thank you. The next registrant is Ann Walker, Winnebago Street, Madison, neither support nor opposed and wishing to speak. Ann, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I live on the corner of Winnebago and Mary Street on the Near East Side. The Yahar River is just across the street from me, and I've lived here since 1982. Mary Street is a half block long and ends at the railroad tracks. And I've also volunteered in the neighborhood for many, many years on traffic issues and development and sustainability issues. And that includes being a part of the process for the City of Madison Comprehensive Plan. The area where I live is low density residential. The makeup of the neighborhood, we have an informal co-op on the half block, duplexes, triplexes, some single family homes, and there's a 22 unit apartment building. So we have a fairly diverse range of housing options. And while we have been designated as an area that is low density residential, the 22 unit apartment building is zoned TRU2. And this is the only spot in the entire city where that occurs, where you have TRU2 in a low density residential area. As they were just speaking about tonight, TRU2 would go up to 5 stories, and this would be next to 1.5 and 2 story homes within and could be built within 10 feet of existing homes. It was determined during the comprehensive plan, both at Common Council and unanimously at the Plan Commission, that this area would, the future land use, the appropriate category was low density residential, which makes the apartment building an interesting dynamic in this area. So the question is, what will come next? What will happen next with the TOD overlay, and whether to allow for increased density in this spot, which is along Yahar River, along next to the historic Yahar River Parkway, in a low density residential area, and in an area that is historically flooded and will flood again. I would ask the commissioners, I sent an email out yesterday that showed you both some of the flooding pictures that have occurred in the past, as well as the erodibility map, which is from the Dane County. So I would also ask commissioners to consider the vision statement for the sustainability plan, the City of Madison Sustainability Plan, which says that we will be self-reliant, peaceful community that relies on renewable local resources and is able to adapt to the changing environment, social and economic conditions over time. And that's an excellent lens, I think, to look at, consider with the transit over the TOD. I think it's absolutely essential to consider that. So I know that technically that the Plan Commission, the charge isn't to address flooding issues, but I will say that good planning and common sense planning should. Again, the erodibility map, the flooding pictures, I think really paint a pretty accurate picture of what
Thank you, Ann. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Joseph Keys, Regent Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Joseph, you have 3 minutes.
There you go. And unmute there. Thank you. Thank you, commissioners and alders. I oppose amending Chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinances to include historic districts in the transit-oriented development rezoning. I was chairperson for University Hill Farms Neighborhood Plan adopted by the Madison Common Council on January 5th, 2016. That neighborhood plan contemplated dense development with an addition of 2,000 carefully located apartments. Our committee worked with city staff to assure that dense development would integrate and harmonize with the residential neighborhood of single-family homes. The proposed amendment would be contrary to that integrated neighborhood plan. The amended rezoning neither integrates nor harmonizes the proposed additional housing into Hill Farms. It is a construct forced upon a vibrant, workable neighborhood, which will erode that neighborhood's basic concept and livability. I believe Madison officials have stated a goal for strong, vibrant neighborhoods. This amendment is contrary to that goal. I also oppose this amendment in that it is contrary to University Hill Farms master plan as devised by the original plot's owner, the University of Wisconsin. This master plan is the basis for the University Hill Farms National Historic District application and approved designation. The covenants note that home sites are restricted to single-family occupancy. The proposed amendment would violate that restriction and thus violate the National Historic District. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Our next registrant is Craig Robidia, South Hill Drive, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Craig, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. It's Craig Robita, and I would just like to say that I'm opposed to amending Chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinance to include local and national historic districts. Several of us were present at a meeting a few weeks ago held on the West Side where our mayor explicitly said historic districts would not be included in the TOD overlay. I feel as if this legislation is being rushed through the system with no transparency and no true communication with the households that it affects in these Madison neighborhoods. In my neighborhood alone, which is Hill Farms, we are going to be impacted by the Madison Yards development happening near Hy-Vee on the west side, and building in Research Park. What is the purpose of having a neighborhood plan if we do not adhere to it? I would implore you to not move forward in advancing this to the Common Council, and to please hear our voices and to please act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. And sorry, I mispronounced your name. The next registrant is Helen Kitchell, Potter Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Helen, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, there we go. There. Sorry, I didn't get an unmute. Now I am. Am I now?
Yes, you're
okay,
on.
Great. Sorry, I didn't get the signal to unmute. So what I want to speak about is that I think that to encourage development along transportation corridors is only common sense. It really is. However, I don't think that should be done carte blanche. I was attended the Transportation Policy Board meeting and was taken aback when they took it upon themselves to include the historic and districts and that to not exclude them. Not only do I feel that those should be excluded from the proposed TOD, but I also think I'd like to see it expanded to include areas of cultural and ethnic areas as well that have not yet had historic designations. I think that those ethnic areas and those historic districts are the character of the city, and to just carte blanche letting development go on with total disregard for that history and for that diversity in our city is really unfortunate. Those two do not have to be mutually exclusive. You can have selected development and still allow for historic areas and areas with ethnic and cultural diversity. So I guess I'd like to encourage the commissioners to reconsider what's been proposed before them, because I think that it can you can accomplish both things, and that you don't have to go out and destroy all the cultural and ethnic and historic districts within the city. I guess that's basically it. I am concerned about loss of usable space, and that's because I look at all these proposed developments and that there will be children involved with those, and they're not necessarily going to go to a park. They're to have some kind of usable space for them to get out and kick a soccer ball and the likes, I think is really important, especially when you're going to be packing people into these apartments in higher densities. So I think that that's something to seriously consider, whether it's a parking lot or not. Maybe the city can enforce that more to be truly usable, shared usable space amongst these proposed developments. So basically, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Helen. The next registrant is Robert Proctor, East Main Street, support and wishing to speak, representing to the Realtors Association of South Central Wisconsin. Robert, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to staff and the commissioners for all the work that you've put into this ordinance. The Realtors Association applauds the city's efforts to create a pedestrian-oriented, compact, mixed-use development centered on public transportation and to encourage transit-oriented development along its rapid transit line. We believe that the TOD ordinance will help support the development of affordable housing around transit and create more equitable communities. Create a more sustainable community by lowering transportation-related emissions because of the higher use of public transit, increase walkability, and save money by promoting development on existing infrastructure rather than having to invest in expanding infrastructure to undeveloped areas. The Realtors Association also supports including local historic districts within the TOD ordinance. Including local historic districts will not significantly weaken the protections for such properties. All proposals within local historic districts will still, that include exterior modifications, additions, new construction, would still need to be reviewed and approved by the Landmarks Commission using the Historic Preservation Ordinance. These protections are sufficient, and it's not necessary to exempt these properties from the limited additional density that may be allowed under the TOD ordinance. In fact, including historic districts within the TOD ordinance will likely benefit historic properties through the increasing walkability of the neighborhoods and the sustainability that this type of ordinance will promote. We can look to many other cities around the country to see that denser developments near public transportation attracts quality workers and provides opportunities for those who cannot afford or choose not to afford to have a car to live and work in our community. We are requesting that the Plan Commission members support the proposed TOD ordinance in the form adopted by the Transportation Policy and Planning Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Our next registrant is Carla Stobig, Cedar Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Carla, you have 3 minutes. Can Carla be unmuted?
Yeah, Carla, you should be seeing
Sorry.
a front. There you go.
Yep, now I see it. My bad.
Okay.
So thanks all. I'm speaking in support of the TOD overlay as proposed with the addition of the local and national historic districts, actually. My first look at the various TOD maps, having lived in Madison for most of my life, it seemed like there were some glaring omissions, particularly in the areas of Hill Farms, Regent Street east of West High School, and the south side of Monroe Street around the President's Streets. I've personally had some concerns and questions about TOD in general, but as that clearly seems to be the direction the city has decided to go in, I think that at least this updated layout that includes University Heights, Third Lake Ridge, etc., seems more equitable and therefore appropriate. I'm saying this as someone who grew up in Hill Farms, worked in Third Lake Ridge for 10 years, currently lives in Bay Creek, which is going to be a transit-oriented neighborhood, or be part of that TOD overlay, and also actually doesn't own a car and hasn't for 10 years in Madison. I do want to note and kind of draw attention to the transit in TOD and how that its success, like the TOD's success, will very much rely on that regular, efficient, and frequent public transit. So thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Our next registrant is William Oshowitz, East Gorham Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak, indicating that he is representing Madison is for People. Will, you have 3 minutes.
Hello again, commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm here today to represent Madison is for People. We're really excited about BRT. We're really excited about TOD and the potential that it has to change the city. I currently live in a duplex in a National Register historic district. Um, I know some people have talked about people being crammed in or such, but it's really not like that. We created a petition. Madison is for People created a petition to help support the inclusion of the national and local historic registered districts in TOD. Our main reasons for doing that are, like Carla said, it's about the transit. These neighborhoods are going to be right next to a multi-million-dollar investment by the city, state, and federal government. It's going to be great transit. It's going to be, I mean, BRT has less than 15-minute headways. People are going to want to use it. And it doesn't make sense that at the border of a historic district, people will stop wanting to use it. These areas are part of our city. They're part of the investment that the city is putting into BRT, and it makes sense that those areas should also have a slight gentle upzoning to allow duplexes so that a few more people can live near BRT. Our petition also highlights climate change as one of the driving factors. Carbon emissions are transportation, personal auto transportation is around 20% of our country's greenhouse gas emissions. By removing parking minimums and allowing duplexes near BRT and other high frequency bus lines, the city can work to reduce those carbon emissions. In addition, the city just needs more housing, and this is a gentle way to introduce more housing across the city. A duplex is the second gentlest change you can make besides an ADU, and the city has already made a change to make ADUs a permitted use, and we haven't seen the sky fall. In fact, we've seen a few applications, and the city's loan program for affordable ADU housing that went through almost instantly. That was a really popular program and a really great change that people loved. This is just the next step up. And there's no reason why we should be excluding historic districts. Like I said, I live in a duplex in a National Register historic district. There are plenty of other duplexes and multifamily homes in National Register historic districts that integrate well with the fabric of those neighborhoods. And local historic districts are well protected by Landmarks Commission, as I'm sure you are all aware. There's not a chance that something is going to happen in a local historic district that's going to.
Thank you, Will. That
drastically break.
concludes your available time.
Thank you.
The next registrant is Linda Leonards, South Patterson Street, opposed and wishing to speak. Linda, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm against including historic districts. The comprehensive plan was not just about increasing density. It wasn't just about BRT. It was balancing various concerns and needs. Preserving historic and special places is strategy number 2 under character and culture. This is reinforced by strategy number 3 of neighborhoods and characters, which is increasing the amount of available housing. But that strategy talks about where redevelopment should go into the growth priorities map and general GFLU areas that call for more density in order to protect the historic character of older neighborhoods. Historic districts themselves were not identified in the growth priorities map, nor in the GFLU as growth areas. The comprehensive plan also said that the zoning code should be made consistent with the historic preservation plan and historic ordinance, not the other way around. The historic preservation plan itself speaks to preserving both local and National Register districts, and also other unique cultural features of Madison. There isn't going to be a lot, as I indicated in my comment letter, of things that can be developed within these residential areas. There's little opportunity to increase density in TLR, or the Fort Lake Ridge District. And yet what it does, especially in the National Register districts, is make inappropriate development easier. And by inappropriate development, I mean something akin to what has been decried for a long time downtown, those tall 1960s era buildings. The BRT environmental review documents prepared on behalf of the city state, quote, existing residential and commercial densities in the corridor support the project, unquote. Thus, there is not need to apply the TOD to historic districts. Raleigh, North Carolina recently did a TOD, and they avoided existing neighborhoods for redevelopment is unlikely, and the TOD requirements would not be compatible with existing development. And Raleigh specifically included local and national register districts. Raleigh also excluded residential properties that are less than a half acre in size because they are less likely to develop in a way that supports transit. The TOD has a strong possibility of creating anomalies. For example, what was discussed earlier, a 60-foot high building in a low residential area on Mary Street. In Bay Creek, there is an M&X property in the middle of the neighborhood that could go to 4 stories.
Thank you, Linda. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Bob Kleba, East Gorham Street, neither support nor opposed and wishing to speak, representing the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation. Bob, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, Planning Staff, especially Mr. Zellers, who helped me with my area calculations. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation, which is in favor of the progressive approach of the transit-oriented district overlay district, as originally proposed by the Planning Division. The Trust wants to emphasize the importance of excluding local and national historic districts from the TOD overlay district. I want to remind that our community's historic districts make an oversized contribution to the vibrant and unique places that help define Madison. I need to point out that the area overlapping our local historic districts is only 3.1% of the proposed overlay district. The area overlapping our national register districts, excluding University Hill Farms, is even less at 2.5%. Keep in mind that I am not counting those historic districts excluded from the proposed overlay district in the downtown area. Thus, in our densely developed areas, historic districts make up only 5.6% of the total area of the proposed overlay district. The infill and redevelopment potential in these historic districts is an order of magnitude less than that in areas like Odana Road and Easttown due to issues of construction and land cost. The Trust argues that including local and most of the national historic districts in the transit-oriented development overlay district provides no benefit to the goal of increasing density along our proposed transit corridors. The University Hill Farms Historic District is different in character from other historic districts. 87% of this planned community was completed, and it retains its residential and commercial appearance from 60 years ago to a remarkable degree. Its recognition as an historic district has helped to preserve its mid-20th century aesthetic, like what we see in trendy places like Los Angeles and Palm Springs. Excluding this 3.4% of the proposed overlay district will not compromise the goals of the TOD overlay district and will preserve the historic district's unique architectural feel and the history of urban design in Madison. The Madison Trust strongly recommends that the Plan Commission exclude all our local and national historic districts from the proposed transit-oriented development overlay district. Maintaining their exclusion from the proposed overlay district will keep them as important cultural and economic contributors to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Our next registrant is Lynn Bjorkman, West Lawn Avenue, Madison, neither support nor opposed, wishing to speak, representing the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation. Lynn, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Zellers and Commissioners. My name is Lynn Bjorkman. I live at 1910 West Lawn Avenue. I'm president of the Board of Trustees of the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation. We're a nonprofit group of more than 400 members that has advocated for the preservation of the city's historic built environment for nearly 50 years. And over those years, we've played an important role in establishing the city's historic districts. Our trustees have gone on record, as Bob has, expressing our general support for the TOD ordinance, but understanding that local and national register historic districts were excluded from the overlay ordinance, the result of months of city staff presentations and public discussion up through early December. We learned only 6 days ago about the change to include historic districts in the new proposal. The alternative amendment will impact 9 National Register districts and 3 local historic districts. That change will potentially affect hundreds of property owners, absent the opportunity for them to assess potential adverse impacts or voice their concerns at this hearing due to this hurried and substantial change. Thus, we, the Madison Trust, urge the Commission to consider tonight the TOD ordinance in its earliest version, with the National Register and historic districts excluded from the overlay district. Excluding the historic districts will help preserve Madison's rich architectural heritage and unique sense of place. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Lynn. We have one more registrant wishing to speak, Victor Toniolo, Ford Street, in support. Victor, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Zellers. I'd like to just echo some of the things that Will and Carla had said, and just give a couple specific examples. In looking at the historic districts, I can identify at least a couple of properties that would be potential development opportunities that even someone on the Landmarks Commission and the Historic Trust Preservation would probably agree with. So for that reason only, I'd like to just remove the additional hurdle here and reiterate that Will mentioned that these still have to go through a lengthy process, and there's plenty of room for input along the way. Thanks.
Thank you, Victor. We have a few more registrants who are available to answer questions, but do not want to speak. Sarah Bausman, Council Crest, in support, wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Jordan Lawrence, Mandan Crescent, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Dominica Kush, sorry for butchering your name, Council Crest, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Questions for any of our registrants? Alder Paulson.
I have a question for Joseph Keys. And I'm just trying to understand how much of the Hill Farms Historic District is not also part of the I guess the Hill Farms Homeowners Association. I guess I'm not quite sure what the legal structure is there, but there is at least some kind of.
Joseph Keys is who
Yes.
you were. Okay.
Yes, I think he is the from the Hill Farms
Okay.
folks, if I got that right.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have waited to see if he's still here before
Yes,
I
he
launched into
is.
my question.
He is still here, so go ahead, please.
So,
Okay.
yeah, do you need me to repeat the question, Joe?
No. I think it needs to be clarified. The area for the neighborhood association runs from essentially from Seago, if you will, to Rose Road along Regent Street up to Sheboygan Avenue, and then to Mineral Point Road. Now, part of that, if you take a look at the historic district, the historic district was for properties that were essentially originally built in the early 60s, late 50s. There are parts of the neighborhood that were developed a little later than that. So they did not meet the kind of the standard, but they are outside. They're kind of a standalone kind of unit in all this. So it's like sticking like a sore thumb in how this TOD is being applied. So that's essentially how Hill Farms has been laid out. And it was set up by the University of Wisconsin to develop that. And on our neighborhood association site, there is a whole history of that. Did that answer your question?
Not really, and I can maybe take this up with staff a little bit later. But I was just trying to get a sense for what of the historic district also has deed restrictions that's going to the Hill Farms Architectural Review Committee.
Oh, all of them.
All right, so all the properties that are currently in the historic district get reviewed by the Architectural Review Committee.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions, Alder? No.
Not from me.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of any of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. I know I have asked this at prior meetings, but I will ask further clarity here. In terms of the Section 106 process for the BRT and TOD area, would including these historic districts have any further impact on that 106 process?
Which staff person wants to take that one?
I can.
Okay, go, Tom.
I don't know if I want to, but I will.
Okay.
So, we submitted an environmental document which was approved in May that disclosed the BRT, and then it also described the transit-oriented development process that was going on. We said it was a separate action. We said that that the TOD could have effects on historic districts, and NEPA is a procedural law, so which means we just have to disclose the effects, and they were disclosed. And the environmental document was approved. The statute of limitations for legal challenges expired in November. The FTA could reopen Section 106 if they felt impacts, if things were not disclosed correctly. I spoke with an FTA person in the environmental section. I asked about this, and that person said, no, they view, the TOD overlay zoning as a separate action, separate from the BRT that was disclosed in the document, and that they were not inclined to reopen the 106 process. So that's my discussion with my contact, but that's kind of the.
Okay, that is helpful. Thank you, Tom. That's all I have right now.
Okay, thank you. Alder Vitivar.
Yeah, so I understand that the inclusion or exclusion of the historic districts was discussed several times during the process of determining the TOD. So my question is why was the ultimate decision that the proposal that came before, that was introduced to council on the 22nd, did not have the historic districts in the TOD?
Heather?
Sure, I can take that one.
well, planning staff participated with the Plan Commission in a series of meetings, and this topic, I think, came up at least three different work sessions focused on transit-oriented development. And I think the Plan Commission discussed it at length, didn't reach full consensus, but concerns were raised about potential conflicts between just the signal that the TOD zoning, when compared with some of the restrictive things, particularly in local historic districts, that might send some conflicting signals. I think that we did review with the Plan Commission carefully the potential modifications, the potential impacts within National Register districts at a meeting that was really dedicated to this discussion. So I think that they came away with a good understanding of the level of impact that one might expect. In the end, I think that as staff, we felt that, and working with the lead sponsors, we felt that there wasn't a strong enough consensus to include them in the version that was introduced.
And in those discussions, has there been any sort of initial determination of, for example, how many housing units we might get by including versus excluding the historic districts? Has that type of analysis been done at all?
Any analysis we have really focuses on acreage and properties and, perhaps number of units that we have today. I think to take it a little bit deeper and dive into the analysis of what is possible, we haven't necessarily done that, but it wouldn't be difficult math to do. I think what I want to stress here is that it's heavily dependent on what base zoning district a property is in. And we've been able to show that a large portion of both the local and the national historic districts that would be included in a TOD overlay within a quarter mile of our high frequency transit are zoned for single family homes today. And the main impact there really goes from what is allowed today, which is a single family home and an accessory dwelling unit by right, to the addition of a second dwelling unit in the main building, whether that's a basement apartment unit, a small addition to accommodate a second unit, or in a rare case, I suppose a new building. But I think economically that's not very practical to be thinking about. So in a lot of those areas that are zoned, all the areas that are zoned for single family housing, that is really the main impact, going from a maximum of 2 units on the property, which is allowable today by right, to a maximum of 3 units on an individual property. And then in other areas, again, it depends on what base zoning district you're in, but in local historic districts, as we stressed at TPPB, the Landmarks Commission would still be reviewing any significant exterior changes within the local districts, and within the national districts, the Plan Commission would still be reviewing any demolitions. And so that's, I think we've tried to just present consistent analysis over the many months we've been working on this with Plan Commission and others.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson.
Yeah, I have a question that has nothing to do with historic districts. So this is, I think, for Ben. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the entryway orientation. I realize this is kind of a late in the process to be asking about entryway orientation, but it's been something that's been bothering me a little bit here. And I wondered about, could we just dig into that a little bit, and how important is that to the overall product? Because the reason I'm asking is sort of giving architects some freedom to be able to do things. I'm a little worried. I was going back and I just looked at some of the renderings from the Cap East plan from a long time ago, and just seeing all the different shapes of buildings. And every time I drive to Chicago and you kind of come into Chicago, you see these different buildings where the entryway to the building isn't necessarily right out at front. And I was going to specifically ask at some of the at the Spark / Gebhardt building with the Sylvie, where the entryway isn't actually oriented right on the front of the street. Is that still permitted under TOD?
Generally, yes. I think there is some flexibility in the way that we've drawn it up and drafted the language. Kind of towards the end of that clause, we have some language in there that says for buildings with multiple non-residential tenants, a minimum of one tenant space shall have an entrance that meets the requirements for entrance orientation. So I think many of the buildings along Cap East are multi-tenant on the ground floor. And so this language does allow for a second or third tenant to have an entrance that may not front that public street. So there's some flexibility built in to the language, but there would still have to be at least one for those multi-tenant that does face the public street.
Okay. Is there any flexibility, appeals process? Can they just do a plan development, I guess, in the worst case, and come back and say, well, we really, we're going to build this really cool pyramid looking thing, and we really can't do this entryway on the street, and so we got to come through our secret passage to get into the building. Is that an option here, or how difficult are we making that? I'm just nervous that we're going to make every building a perfect rectangle along the way with a door that's right up against the street front, so we're not wasting a bunch of space, but we wind up with something that looks the same.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that PDs are the same opportunity in the TOD overlay as exists anywhere else in the city. So if there's a development that rises to the level of needing a PD, it could be proposed in the TOD overlay area as well. They would have to just meet those same high standards that are needed for approval of a PD currently. And then there's also, the variance process, and that is probably even more onerous, but that's available to everyone as well.
Yeah, the variance doesn't feel quite right here, but okay, thank you. I will not belabor this in questions because I'm wandered off to debate. So thank you.
Anything else? No.
I have other questions, but I'll let other people come back because my other questions are also.
No, that's okay. Go ahead. You've got the floor. Go.
Okay. A landmarks question. It's also for Ben. And Ben, feel free to say you don't want to represent landmarks, but we just had a really nice work session with the landmarks commission chair the other night, talking a little bit about communication. And did landmarks feel like they could get to some kind of consensus on this? And folks may be really mad if I suggest maybe we refer this over to landmarks to actually give them an opportunity to weigh in on it. It would slow it down by 2 weeks before it got back to council. But in the spirit of cooperating BCCs, so I guess I'm asking you a little bit to represent landmarks' position, and I apologize for that.
My sense, and I mean, the meeting was recorded, so can certainly look back to confirm this impression, but my sense was that it was fairly evenly split between the Landmarks Commission members that were present for that discussion. So, I mean, it's hard for me to predict how they may or may not reply if it was officially referred to them, but it did seem like there was a fairly even split between members who thought that local and national districts should be left out, and members who were either supportive of including them or thought it was just fine if they were included.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Bennett and then Alder Furman.
Hi, thank you. So I believe this is a question for Heather. I have a few questions. One, I just want to dig deeper into Alder Vederver's question. Is there any way that you could provide predictory numbers of the amount of new units that would be added with the overlay, specifically in historic districts?
Sure, I can look to Ben to give some good estimates on that in the coming 5 or 10 minutes or so. Ben did put together an analysis in memo form for the Plan Commission and also for the Landmarks Commission. I guess I do want to stress that no housing units automatically get added. This would be heavily reliant on decisions of individual property owners to move forward with their own initiatives, whether it be in a single family residence district or in a multifamily or mixed use district. So, the incremental change between what's allowable today and what would be allowable as a permitted use under the TOD is something. It's not insignificant, but it's not an enormous change either. Ben, I don't know if you have access to just some quick numbers on the single family lots that are part of the historic district, that we could just do some quick math on those.
I can quick try to refer back to that. I believe I have it here.
While he's looking, I mean, I will say too that it's just, this is more, in the TOD throughout the whole 15% of the city that this covers, it's creating opportunities for more housing within that quarter mile of our key transit routes.
So there's not a breakdown that I have readily available. It could be done, but between like single family parcels versus multifamily or mixed use parcels. But this is only also for national districts, not local, but if national districts were included, that would add almost 1,200 parcels and about 3,200 dwelling units to the TOD overlay, about 360 acres. And as far as how many units could be built on those, it's hard to estimate. We would potentially have to assume existing zoning, but properties oftentimes would get rezoned to do a development. And then we'd also have to make some pretty broad assumptions about how many homeowners might try to or wish to do conversions of their property, their home to a duplex from a single family unit. How many properties might choose to redevelop and when. So it becomes kind of a very involved process that sometimes doesn't yield numbers that mean very much if we were trying to project how much would actually happen in these areas.
Okay, sure. And maybe that's something we can circle back to offline later, but thank you for that. And I'm also wondering, how is staff working to mitigate impacts on historic districts, specifically maintaining like their neighborhood character with new developments?
Heather?
Did you ask within historic districts?
Yes.
Okay. So as I've said, if this would end up being applied to local historic districts, staff would continue to rely heavily on the city's Landmarks Commission, who would still be reviewing any significant exterior changes to buildings, building additions, new buildings. Their role wouldn't change. They would still be following the ordinances as recently adopted in the Historic Preservation Ordinance. Within the National Register districts, the city doesn't have a strong regulatory environment around what happens in those districts, but the same state level tax credit opportunities would still apply in those districts. So it's less about what the city's doing in those areas and more about just the continued tax incentives to restore and maintain those historic buildings.
Okay, thank you. And I'm also wondering, has staff reviewed the impact of the TOD overlay on affordable housing, especially naturally for occurring affordable housing?
That's certainly a big discussion that we've had. We had a staff team performing a racial equity social justice analysis of the proposal. And I'm summarizing a few different discussions into a few sentences here. But the main thought was with regard to TOD overlay that it's difficult to address that affordable housing purely through this TOD overlay ordinance, and that it should really have some accompanying measures to go along with it to encourage both, preservation of existing naturally occurring affordable housing, especially in larger quantities for multifamily housing, then also to really pair it with things like the city's affordable housing initiative, where we start to bring on more affordable housing units in close proximity to transit. And I think community development has really done an excellent job kind of revising their map where they provide those additional funds in preferred areas to really closely match TOD boundaries around high frequency transit. But then I think there are also some other efforts that could be done with tax increment financing surrounding affordable housing to bring some additional funding in, whether it be to rehab naturally occurring affordable housing or create new affordable housing that could be done down the line as we implement these areas.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I'm more so worried about how, if at all, the ordinance would impact naturally occurring affordable housing, or like negatively impact, I should say.
Did you have another question then, Alder Bennett?
That's my question.
So,
how, if at all, does the ordinance impact or negatively impact naturally occurring affordable housing?
I mean, to the extent that a little bit more development intensity would be allowed as a permitted use on some parcels, that may cause some people to consider redevelopment maybe sooner than they otherwise would have. So that could lead to some naturally occurring affordable housing being redeveloped. I think that there's somewhat of that incentive regardless in areas that have close proximity to transit and other amenities.
I live in Unity, son.
So it's hard to differentiate the impact that TOD alone might have on that, I guess I would say, because there are those accompanying factors of this enhanced transit provision and some of the other amenities that tend to be present in these same areas that also encourage redevelopment. And I think Katie may have some additional thoughts on that.
Katie?
Yeah, I was just going to add, we did do some very basic analysis of some properties that we would think of as naturally occurring affordable housing. And really, we're just going up one level in density. So when we kind of did some basic analysis of the math, most of the time it's not going to make sense to demolish an existing apartment building just for a slight increment and increase in density.
Thank you, Ben and Katie. Did that
thank you
answer
so
your
much.
question? Okay. Thank you, Alder
Yes.
Bennett. I had said that we would go to Alder Furman next. Do you still, Alder Furman, have a question? No. Okay. Alder Paulson.
Yes, I think a question for Katie, but maybe for Heather, or maybe this is a city attorney one that we don't have anyone here for it. But I wanted to go back to the deed restrictions in Hill Farms and understand how that how TOD interacts with that, and do those parcels, do those deed restrictions stay on that? Say someone comes in and buys a couple of lots and comes to us and says, we want to do a CSM and we want to build something here. Do the deed restriction properties or protections cease to exist, or how does that work?
Katie?
Yeah, so deed restrictions are like a private covenant, I think is what you're talking about. The city isn't a party in them. We don't enforce them. There are a lot of private covenants today that exist that are enforced by a homeowners association or other property owners within potentially like a subdivision. But the city is not part of them, so they wouldn't change at all. A good example of this is we know we have some subdivisions out there that today have a deed restriction or private covenant on the property that says no sheds, no outbuildings. Well, our zoning code may allow that, but the covenants don't. So someone could apply and get a permit for a shed in these subdivisions. And the homeowners association could handle it as a private matter to say, actually, you're not allowed to have that here. And so that could continue with private covenants that would be in conflict and potentially stricter than city ordinance. It would just be up to a homeowners association to enforce any private covenants.
Okay, but if we did something like we changed it to say that a minimum of 3 stories, does that then trump the homeowners the covenants?
It wouldn't necessarily trump. I don't think we're going to have any conflicts like that. I'm not aware of any restrictions like that, where we're going to have a minimum that is in conflict with private covenants. Typically, what we see is private covenants are going to be stricter than something that the city would allow under the zoning code. Clothing lines, outbuildings, things like that, architectural review that maybe the city doesn't have.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, this is a question for Ben. I know at our last study session, we talked about the imposing the 2-story condition on all development, and I know that you excluded some. But is there any mechanism built in to the TOD for any flexibility for the Planning Commission to say in certain condition or any flexibility for us at all? Because I think that's going to be the major impact, at least on these commercial corridors, at least in my opinion, that we're going to have in the future. And obviously, I'd like to see 2-story buildings everywhere, or and even more along the corridor. But it's sometimes unrealistic for at least some uses. So, so that's my question.
So the short answer is no, there is really no flexibility. If the commission feels it's necessary to add uses to the very short list we have for exemptions, that could be proposed. But the general thought at the staff level is that it would be very complicated, if not potentially impossible, to add an exemption process and create meaningful standards that would be in place to grant an exemption. And so we tried to avoid that when drafting the language.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions, Commissioner Cantrell?
No, I'm through with questions.
Okay.
Hopefully the commission is too.
Commissioner Solheim.
Well, it's Commissioner Cantrell's fault because he had triggered a question. I related to that 2-story minimum, which generally I am okay with, but there was a question earlier about planned development zoning. Would that be a way to get around it if there was a project that needed 1 story?
I believe so, yes. I don't know if Heather or Katie have any thoughts on that.
Like
yeah,
building doesn't meet that, but just trying to think that through.
I think like the other question, it would have to meet the same high standards to be able to pursue a planned development. I don't know if Heather or Katie have any other thoughts on that.
No, it looks like you covered it. Okay. Colin, you wanted to say something?
I did just want to note that a planned development would have to go to UDC, so that developer would have to show that they are meeting a high design standard by doing that smaller building, which I think would be tough.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe that's appropriate. You need a very nice 1-story building. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Alder Tischler.
Yeah. Thank you everybody for staying up so late tonight. I will not give a lecture on historic preservation. That's something that that my father would do. He's the national expert in this area. But I did want to add that at the Transportation Policy and Planning Board meeting, Director Stoddard said that the original intent of excluding historic districts in the TOD was to minimize what was viewed as unnecessary conflicts between our zoning ordinance and our historic resources. And we've heard already that that the public has been told that historic districts will be excluded. Alders have been told. Someone brought up that at a town hall that it would be excluded. But we've also heard that it's been passed. We've passed the point where a judicial review could be put in place that could not jeopardize the city from receiving 140 million, or about 70% of the 200 million that we're getting for the BRT. I guess, and since, so once that was kind of made known, that seems to what it triggered and made it safe for sponsors to make the motion to include historic districts. And I guess this unnecessary, conflict, I think what it is, initially it was about where the public was sitting on this issue and their input. I think now the unnecessary conflict that we're talking about is about money. And I guess with that amount of money that's at stake, and we heard from, and that's where I'm getting to my question. Well, we heard from Director Lynch. I guess, are we 100% confident that if the vote goes forward to include historic districts, are we 100% confident that this is not going to trigger a review? I mean, we've heard
that's a question for Tom Lynch.
Right, and I guess the FTA is the sponsoring agent. They have their ability to revise this decision. Are we 100% sure that this is not going to jeopardize our chance of getting funding, delaying the BRT, something that I'm in support moving forward? But is this worth the risk to include historic districts at this point?
Tom.
This is an awkward question. I guess my communication with the person responsible for this at FTA has said that they are not inclined to reopen the Section 106. That being said, that doesn't mean that there might not be other people, perhaps higher in the food chain, that might have different opinions. But my contacts with FTA have said that they are not inclined to reopen 106.
Okay, are there any further questions? Alder Evers.
Thank you, Chair. The question, which I'll preface with a brief comment, it seems like a lot of the concerns from residents and from the historic preservation folks about the inclusion of these districts is the impact it would have on neighborhood character. Even though what we're talking about are really rather marginal changes from a single family home to a duplex, which in the case of the local historic districts would be the facade and the external aesthetics would be managed by landmarks, and the tax incentives would still be present for the National Register. But I wondered if a compromise that might in some way reassure residents who moved into a historic district with a sense of kind of a shared experience and a shared sense of community, i.e. a commitment to the ethos of a historic district, whether it's national registered or a local district, that we require in these historic districts some level of owner occupancy, so that if a single family unit structure in a historic district opts to convert to a duplex, that there have to be an owner on the premises. And if that might not address some of the concerns, some of these concerns I think are hyperbole and overstated, but nonetheless, I understand the idea that if you live in an area that has this kind of designation and this shared sense of values around your historic district, that you're worried about that being lost. It seems like we would, by this compromise, create a buffer, so to speak. So my question to staff, would there be any equity considerations or any obstacles from a legal standpoint to require owner occupancy and only this portion of the TOD overlay only in the historic districts? Would that be permitted?
Heather?
I think I'll take one part of the question first. I think you're trying to find a solution here, and you asked whether there would be any equity concerns, and I think absolutely there would be an equity concern from my professional standpoint, and you know, having learned a lot through the city's racial equity and social justice framework, I don't think that a change like that would stand up very well to a racial equity and social justice analysis in a renter majority city. So I guess I would lead with that I think there would be an equity concern there that Alder Evers, you probably share that same concern since you asked, but I don't know that there would be a legal concern, and I'll look to Katie to see if there's any. We don't have anybody here from the city attorney's office, but I know we have owner occupant requirements for ADUs today. Any thoughts, Katie, as to whether there would be a legal concern?
It's probably legal. It can be difficult to enforce, and I share your concerns about the equity impacts of something like that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alder. Any further questions? Commissioner Solheim.
Since that was brought up, I just wanted to see if I recall correctly. I believe this was something that came up in the ResG analysis in terms of the exclusion of historic districts actually being problematic in terms of that they are preventing the diversification of housing types in areas that have historically been more advantaged, and you know, can further or reinforce some of the housing land use policies that, you know, contribute to inequities that we have today. I just wanted to confirm if that was still, if I remember that correctly, as being something that was raised in that analysis, because I think that was maybe 2 work sessions ago.
Yes, that was brought up in the discussion of that ResG analysis. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Alder Heck.
This is not a question, but I thought that was a good segue to a motion if it's allowable.
Okay, go for it, because I didn't have any other hands.
I'd like to move approval of the second substitute amending sections within Chapter 28 of MGO to implement the new TOD Development Overlay District.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Alder Heck, did you wish to speak to your motion?
I don't have much to say, really. I think this has been a rich discussion, and I'm siding with the folks that are for this and their rationale, although I think there were some great points brought up by other folks and the public. I actually think that the question that Commissioner Solheim just asked really sums it up for me. And I do find that the impact of this is not going to be nearly as horrible as what some might have portrayed. And it's not that it's going to be minimal, but I agree that it provides opportunity. And that's why I'm supporting it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further comments? Commissioner Solheim.
Thanks. Just briefly, I wanted to add, you know, I'm continue to be supportive of preservation in our historic districts, and would encourage, you know, neighborhoods to consider, if they want to become local districts, to provide an extra layer of review for certain properties. That process will still be in place and will continue. Thank you.
Alder Paulson.
Yeah, I don't know, Chair Zellers, how persnickety in Robert's rules we want to be right now. But I want to go back to the entryways. And I'm tempted to propose a motion, but I might just kind of work with the sponsors and maybe be able to work with staff on this one.
You can
but I
move
would
an
kind of-
amendment if you'd like to do that. And
Right.
we can,
I
vote
would be
on
okay
that.
if we don't pass it because we might want to go back to staff to work out, but I would like to strike 7B.
So you're moving?
I would like to make a motion to strike 7B from the text, which is the paragraph on entrance orientation.
Okay, is there a second to Alder Paulson's amendment motion? Fails from a lack of a second.
Ooh.
So working with.
I will continue to work with
yes.
that elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything else? Alder Vitiver.
Yeah, so I represent an area with a local historic district, and my constituents are very concerned about the inclusion of the historic districts in the TOD area. They fear degradation of their neighborhoods. Whether that fear is founded or not, it is a fear to them. And so my request of this committee is either to pass the original TOD overlay, which I think we all very much support, that did not include the historic districts, or if the historic districts are deemed as of high interest to include, to please table this for another meeting, because otherwise you're approving it this evening and then asking council to take it up immediately after the holidays. And so providing really a very limited opportunity for public information meetings and opportunities for the public to really understand what might impact them in the districts they actually live in. As we all know, human nature, people don't engage in these things until it directly affects them. And so the folks in the historic districts have not engaged because they thought that they were excluded until now. So I am just asking you to consider the people who perceive this to be sort of an affront to their way of life, and consider some options for either going back to the original proposal or delaying this to allow more public information to get out. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I'm going to oppose the motion. The Plan Commission discussed this matter on several occasions, and we originally, and I know that not everyone on the commission was on board, but we originally came to the idea that historic districts should be excluded. And then at our last study session, there was more commission members that felt, well, maybe they should be included. But I still contend and believe that they should be excluded. And that we have a lot of goals and objectives in our plans, and historic preservation is one of them. And it's something that's important to the city, obviously, and it only affects a small percentage of these properties. And I understand the equity issue and all those other things that commission members have brought up and others have brought up. And I do think that people blow things way out of proportion, that the effect is probably pretty minimal. But besides that, I do think that our local districts and our national register districts are important, and we should preserve as much of those as we can. And in addition, there will be development that occurs in those districts anyway, under the current zoning. While they have some protections, development will occur. So I guess, again, I don't think that we need to include them and I recommend that they be excluded. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I'm thinking about what Alder Vitiver had to say, and I still recommend that Plan Commission vote for this motion, but as an alder, I could see at referring it to the subsequent council meeting so that there is time for community engagement so that folks understand this. It's not going to change my vote. And I don't think if it were to come back to Plan Commission, our discussion would be different. I think it's okay to forward this to council and let council decide if it's appropriate at that point to refer it to the January, whatever meeting it is, the middle of January. And I would certainly be willing to do that so that there is a little time to explain. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Heck. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Chair. As Council President, I have very little power, but one of the pieces of power I do have is the ability to move things from one agenda to the next to delay a meeting. If that is the will of, sounds like it's the will of Alder Vitiver and others on this board, I'm happy to work with the Vice President, and it won't even be on the first meeting in January on that agenda. We'll bump it to the next to give alders an additional 2 weeks to do engagement. As long as staff doesn't panic too much with that, I think I agree with Alder Heck. I don't think that's going to change anybody's votes, but I'm fine with giving people some additional time to educate residents and get them, frankly, to understand that this is not the end of the world if you live in a historic district or a national register district, and that this is not something that just also happened overnight. This is something that's been talked about at length here at the Plan Commission. So I'm not going to give any of the speeches I've given in other places because you guys know more about this than I'll ever be able to do in a quick speech. But I'm very supportive of historic preservation. But I'm also very supportive of seeing more density in this city. And I think this change is incredibly important. Council members know we spent a ridiculous amount of time looking at a network redesign recently, and we desperately wish we had more resources to have bus stops in front of every house, but we don't. And so where we have good bus service, we absolutely should be striving to have more density. The residents that live in areas that are one family now and are worried about duplexes, they're not going to see that many duplexes, but if they do, it's not the end of the world. It's actually a great thing, and we desperately need more housing. We're in a housing crisis. So I'll just leave it at that. We can absolutely, I can absolutely ask Council President to delay this a meeting if that makes it easier for people to do more education. But I do think including the historic districts as part of the TOD and not excluding them is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Furman. Alder Paulson.
Yeah, I do think that, at least at the Plan Commission, that we've been pretty clear for a long time that we've been, up in the air about, is this going to include historic districts? Is it not going to include historic districts? And it's never been a definitive, no, it will not include historic districts. It's always been, it doesn't currently include historic districts, but it might. And I think we've always been a little bit upfront about that. I know folks that, there aren't a lot of nerds who know every single, what the status of every single piece of legislation is and what might happen with it. So I am somewhat sympathetic to say that people are perhaps a little bit surprised, but we have been at least as good as we can be upfront about that this might still happen, right? That the way the process works, that this could come in, and we've been debating it for a while. I will say that I am very supportive of including the local districts, because I think the local districts have very good protection. And I think the change here is that if you're going to do something new in a local historic district, you've got to meet the new standards. So you can't, if you're going to build on Willie Street, you might have to build a 2-story building. But that's okay, because you probably were going to build, if you're going to build on Willie Street, you were probably going to build at least a 2 or 3-story building, and it's got to go to landmarks to get reviewed anyway. So I think that there's not a lot of change there. I am perhaps a little more sympathetic, and this I think is a reversal from where I was the last time we talked about it, where I thought, well, maybe we should include the national, but exclude the locals. Now I'm much more comfortable including the locals. So I think they've got good protection. I am a little bit concerned about the nationals having sufficient protection because there isn't anything, and I don't want to break the tax incentives for the nationals, but I'm not sure that I would actually vote to exclude the nationals. And for me, a lot of excluding a big part of excluding the historic districts was just to reduce the fights at council. I would take a good but not perfect, an 80% solution that got us most of the way there. And the historic districts were not a hill I wanted to die on. I think that we can pass this at council with the historic districts included. So I'm, in the interest of completeness, I probably would like to include them. So this is kind of a long, rambly thing because I think we're going to delay it at the council. But I would vote for the Second Amendment right now that includes both of them, with the possibility that we'll backtrack a little bit on the nationals. We can't make sure we've got a good way to make sure that we're protecting those, because it is a little lacking in protection right now. So, all right, rambling statement and support over.
Okay. Anybody else? We will come to a vote. Heather, could you do roll call? Because it sounds like we don't have unanimous.
Sure, I'll call in alphabetical order. Unless
I would appreciate what we're voting on being restated is super late. So just to be clear.
It's on the TOD ordinance, and the big issue seems to be whether historic districts are included or not. And under the second substitute, historic districts are included in the TOD overlay. So that's what we're voting on. Does that clear it up, Alder Curry?
It does. Do we need to vote too on what President Furman?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Heather.
Okay, Commissioner Cantrell.
No.
Alder Curry.
Aye.
Alder Heck.
Aye.
Alder Paulson.
Aye.
Commissioner Shepard.
Yes.
Commissioner Solheim.
Yes.
Commissioner Spencer.
Yes.
Okay, 6 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, motion carries. We needed 5 for that, given the number of commissioners here. Okay, that's the last item on our agenda. Now, is there any business by members? Seeing, Commissioner Cantrell.
I just want to let you know that I will not be here for Plan Commission meeting on January 9th, or excuse me, January 23rd and February 13th.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay, then next is Secretary's report. Heather.
Okay, thank you. First of all, just a quick reminder to please complete the annual statement of interest forms if you have not already. We'll remind folks for the next couple of meetings. At the last council meeting, the council did approve the rezoning for a future bus rapid transit terminal on Junction Road. And looking forward to our next meeting, January 9th, we'll have the adoption of the Shadywood Neighborhood Development Plan in the far southwest. We likely will not have the State Street project listed on the agenda. We will have a 6-story addition to the Dane County Public Safety Building on West Wilson Street. Also, a redevelopment on the 300 block of East Washington Avenue and a rezoning for a new building with 130 apartment units. Also, redevelopment at the former Paisans building, 131 West Wilson Street, for a new 15-story, 263-unit apartment building. And then the last thing I'll mention, the family definition changes, which came to a special plan commission work session, are now scheduled to be on the plan commission of January 9th. I'll provide any updates as to that schedule as we move forward. And then on January 23rd, I'll mention the main items. We have a set of conditional uses for 484 apartment units at 4205 Portage Road on the northeast side. Also, let's see, moving down the list a bit, an exciting but small project really being initiated by the CDA, or Community Development Authority, on Teresa Terrace. This is a small townhome redevelopment on Teresa Terrace. And then on East Park Boulevard, on the far northeast side of the city, a rezoning to allow for new residential units. Nothing will be proposed at this time, but basically a new plat to allow for some residential units in the East Park Boulevard area. And I think those are the main ones that I'll mention this evening. Thank you so much for your time and attention for this long meeting.
Okay, yeah, this is one of our longest meetings since we had the meeting on shortening meetings. So anyway, thank you all for your work. Some really difficult and interesting issues tonight. So looking for a motion to adjourn, moved by Commissioner Cantrell, seconded by Commissioner Solheim. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. And I hope everybody has happy holidays and see you in January. Take care.